as we look northwest up towards that storm that is in Greenfield. And again, I will zoom out because it does kind of have a pretty impressive structure here as a whole. But again, that's kind of the area that I've been looking at that may look like a little bit of a lowering. But again, this is the broad scale. This is what we're looking at. A pretty large supercell thunderstorm working its way through parts of Dade County. We're looking northwest there. Nick, what do we have?
I'm checking in on the tornado warning storm that we have for far northern. The mind is a little bit of a blank right now. I apologize for that. Northern Cedar and much of St. Clair County. The main area of spin is starting to shift east of El Dorado Springs, away from the intersection of 54, and there's Missouri Highway 82 taking you out of El Dorado Springs up to Tiffin rather, and eventually toward Roscoe, Missouri, or you go down south where 32 will eventually take you back into Stockton. This is an issue for Stockton, but for the far northern parts of the county, this spin near El Dorado Springs, if it tries to tighten up a little more, I would not be shocked if that tried to produce either a wall cloud or a funnel clouds, if not at the very least a potential tornado. Looking at the gate-to-gate shear in terms of anything I'm trying to pull up here, nothing is really standing out right now. I guess anything is not especially tight enough to be overly alarmed right now. But let's get a fresh storm track on this tornado warning storm. And even the reflectivity is starting to look a little messy now, and just wondering, well, I know what's going on again. Sometimes when we get a storm trying to run into this may be trying to mess up the inflow, which might temporarily lower the risk for a tornado. Again, I saw this in my career back on May 22nd of 2019 when this was happening over Cherokee County and into Jasper County between Galena, Kansas, and Carl Junction in Missouri. That storm interaction killed the tornado when it was working across Cherokee County, and then when it got used to the new structure, it spun up again and caused an EF3 in Carl Junction. Now, I'm not saying the exact thing's going to happen with this, but as long as we're getting this storm interference, it's kind of messing with it, which is good. That's exactly what we want. But as long as this tornado warning is still in place, we still need to treat it seriously, because it will not take much, based on my years of experience tracking these as well, for it to quickly spin back up and produce some nasty stuff. So let's get a fresh storm track on here, moving east at 40 miles per hour. And again, we're going to take the whole track, or at least the whole storm as far as the track goes, because even though the tornado threat might be temporarily weaker, if we take it generally to the east over the next 40 minutes, it can easily try to restructure itself, maybe get back into tornadic potential again. But with this, you got to at least deal with some hail with this as well, which I believe at last check was trying to push. Let me do just one quick double check. What was the size of the hail on that? Tennis ball size hail. And easy to see why when you see the high reflectivities away from that potential area of spin. But whether it's the rain, the hail, or the potential tornado, if it tries to spin back up, Roscoe, pretty much right now, Osceola at 7:45, Collins at 7:52, Wablo, again, by about 8 o'clock, and same goes for Butcher. Then there's Wheelan at 8:08, and Hermitage at 8:16. And again, thankfully for now, that's the only tornado warning we have on the board. The other one is now a severe thunderstorm warning. Might be temporarily elevated in nature again, but that is still producing some very large hail as it starts to head toward Urbana. Garrett, did you have anything else to chime in? In fact, I haven't had a fresh look at storm reports. I didn't know if anything interesting caught your eye when I was recapping a few things here.
I was looking in the National Weather Service chat, and this new severe thunderstorm warning that is for the northwestern corner of Greene County, as well as the western half of Polk County, the southwestern half there, really the whole western half. It does include the city of Bolivar, it does include Wishart, but there are reports now of 2-inch hail that fell back towards Greenfield. So very, very large hail, and this thing is warned for that 2-inch hail as well. And again, I don't really like how the back side of the storm is just looking a little bit notchy. This storm does have a tornado possible tag with this new severe thunderstorm warning. And what the Weather Service says within that tornado possible tag is that we are looking at a storm that has the potential, that has rotation already within it, but not strong enough to produce a tornado warning. So again, Bolivar, Wishart, Walnut Grove, Greenfield, not a bad idea to go ahead and get into that tornado safe space. If you know somebody up in Bolivar, Wishart, it's time to give them a call, especially if you're in a mobile home. I know that there is a golf course up there. If you know somebody who's out there playing golf this afternoon and this evening, just make sure to give them a call and tell them that they need to go inside. We also are going to see that get very close to Walnut Grove. I do want to look at our hail tracks here and see exactly about what we're looking at within this storm for hail over the last little bit. And again, earlier we were seeing radar estimates of 1 to 2 inch hail, and we're still seeing some pretty high estimates here within this storm. So I'm going to actually try and turn that off here. Doppler radar is estimating between 1.5 inches and 2 inch hail there to the northeast of Greenfield. So again, pretty large hail there. I do want to provide a storm track and see about where exactly this largest hail is going to be here within the next little bit. So let's clear our storm query box here and put a storm track on it. Again, gradually moving further to the north into the east pretty quickly here. So over the next half hour, again, that largest of hail is going to be into South Morgan by 7:45, into Walnut Grove by 7:53, into Wishart by 8 o'clock, into Bolivar proper by 8:10, and then into Halfway by the time we make it to 8:19 this evening. I do want to take our KY3 station camera again. This is looking into our Greenfield storm over to my right, and we've just seen quite a bit of lightning as we're looking north and west into this storm. Again, not overly impressive in terms of the supercell structure here on our KY3 tower camera, but again, just look at all that lightning that we're seeing as this supercell continues to work its way into the northwestern or northeastern corner, of Dade County, the far northwestern corner of Greene County, and then eventually, if it holds together, into southwestern Polk County. Now, this is far from the only warning that we're looking at tonight, folks. So I'm going to switch it back to the radar really quick, and I do just kind of want to provide a broad overview, again, kind of as to what's going on. So we've been talking about this tornado warning. We've also seen these supercell thunderstorms up to our north produce tornado warnings. So again, the environment is very ripe for these storms to develop, but back towards the west, as this storm came through Independence, it definitely produced a tornado. It had, well, it still does. I know that you can't really see that, but it does have a PDS tag on it, which means that the tornado is on the ground and doing considerable damage. So again, that supercell going to continue its easterly track here. So in the next couple of hours, we're probably going to see that get close to Jasper County near Joplin. Again, if it holds together and doesn't lose its tornadic characteristics, and then further back to the west beyond that point, we're still seeing supercells develop north and east of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, and all of these are generally going to be pushing off in our direction. So even if you've heard the sirens turn off and you're not under a tornado warning anymore, and you have been at other points tonight, don't let your guard down. This tornado watch is running until 2 a.m. We still have several more hours and several more supercell thunderstorms that are developing across southwestern Kansas as well as northeastern Oklahoma. So again, very strong, very dangerous storms impacting the Ozarks. Don't let your guard down. I do want to pull up our tornado watch and just kind of give you a broad overview. Basically, all of the Missouri Ozarks included in a tornado watch. This should say through 2 a.m. It's running until 2 o'clock this morning. Again, it includes everybody. It includes Springfield, Branson, Forsyth, West Plains, Houston, the village of Four Seasons, Rolla, Bolivar, Nevada, and all the way back into southwestern Kansas into Independence. Also includes the city of Tulsa. Nick, what else do we have?
Well, I'm looking behind the scenes here, Garrett, but we have our own Brendan Beck jumping into the fray with us.
Well, I'm certainly not somebody else's Brendan.
Yes, a little early, but good to have you, and you have an important update for us.
Well, so this tornado warning just came out as I was sitting here at the computer, and this is the same storm that these guys have been looking at for a little bit, and you'll notice there's that little bit of a hook there on the west side. Not something that we would say has got the traditional, sort of claw look to it, but it does have some pretty substantial rotation, and that's the same storm that we've been looking at to the northwest with our tower camera, and it still seems to have a lowering. I'm trying to get my computer into play here as the right thing, but that new tornado warning actually clips the northwest side of Greene County. So if you live, for instance, in Walnut Grove, areas just north of Ash Grove, and we're talking up 123 there, just pay attention to this. You're in the warning. You may actually be seeing a little bit of sun right now, but you are going to see the potential of this storm kind of dropping a little bit to the east-southeast. So this new warning goes until 8:30, and the primary part of the storm we're looking at for rotation is that area right there. Notice you got North Morgan, South Morgan, and this little cluster right here where you got all that bright purple. That's hail. And right now they're talking tennis ball size hail, which some of these storms have produced. You got an update on that, Garrett?
Hey, Brandon, take our tower camera. I think we might have a funnel cloud.
Okay.
I think we might have a funnel cloud. This is what we're looking at. Into that storm, northwest into the southern part of, into the northwestern corner there of Greene County, as well as the western part of Dade County. It almost looks like we're seeing just a little bit of that spin. If it's not a funnel cloud, it is very close to being one. That almost looks like a funnel cloud, wouldn't you agree,
so
Brandon?
the two things you're going to watch for is rotation, number one, which we're too far away to tell really, but we know we're seeing some on radar, which is why they've issued the tornado warning. To the right of that, there is a little bit of a lowering, and we were looking at that earlier thinking, well, is it, isn't it? Trying to determine, are we hitting the right spot with the camera versus where the rotation is? Because for our camera here in our tower, it's looking quite a ways out there, but it is showing some rotation. And now you've got the one lowering on the right, which very well could be a rain shaft or some hail. But yeah, I think what you're looking at there is at the very least potentially a wall cloud. We just can't tell if it's rotating or not, but we're going to continue to watch this here for a little bit. So if you live anywhere along, let's say, I'm going to say 215, we're talking eastern Dade County, Greenfield is right on the edge of this warning, but the storm is east of you now. So if you live in Greenfield, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. However, if you live anywhere along 160 east of Greenfield, and then on 245 going north around Sac, you need to be in your tornado shelter. I would say just east of Arcola, and then even over to Aldrich, you're in this tornado warning as well. So this goes until 8:30, and it doesn't look like we're seeing any, there's no well-defined. There's just a couple of lowerings here. We're not sure if they're rotating or not, but that's the storm that we're watching for. So let's go back to the radar so we can kind of show you what's going on. This storm has been on the south edge of a really unstable air mass. We've got a warm front in place, so we've got a lot of really rich moisture that's lifting up from the southwest, and then these storms are riding kind of along either side of the warm front and taking advantage of a whole lot of shear. So notice we've got the two tornado warnings, one up there in St. Clair County, the new one that extends into northwestern Greene County. This is not in Springfield. It includes Walnut Grove, and then another one, a couple of cells back here to the southwest that are moving toward southern Missouri. So notice we've got one little notch there. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for the cell in southern Hickory County, well, really eastern Hickory County. That one's had a history of some big hail. You've got this one just to the northwest of Walnut Grove, between the Morgans, so to speak. And then you've got the other one out here toward Osceola that has had a couple of rotations with it. And all of these, and we're going to go back and look at a 2-hour loop here, I believe, but you'll see all of these storms have had some level of rotation with them, thus the tornado warnings that we've had, and all of them high instability. The balloon that just went up, the weather balloon that just went up a little before 7 o'clock here in Springfield, showed high instability and good shear, and that is only going to strengthen as that warm front continues to lift north. So the main storms we're looking at, St. Clair County, and then back down, back down into Dade County, and then southwest Polk County and northwest Greene County. Those are the two warnings. Let's go up here to Osceola and zoom in on this storm, because this one, honestly, this one's got that look where it may have quite a notch here on the back side. You actually have two areas that we're looking at. One, you kind of see how it's got the little hook here just east of Cedar Springs, and then you've got another one right there toward Tiffin. And this area right here, that has me concerned because oftentimes when you see a little donut in the middle of the brighter colors, we call that a little bounded weak ecoregion. So it sometimes can indicate the mesocyclone. It's that parent circulation of the storm. And then you've got all that heavy rain and hail wrapping around it. So Crook Springs, you've got some really big hail just north of you. Some of that may be up toward Roscoe. I would bet that that's the area right there that we need to be watching for that tornado. Let's see if there's any debris signature in that, and nothing really clear cut at this point. However, if we look at the rotation, you'll notice at least some weak rotation there, a little stronger here just east of Cedar Springs. So it looks like that's the main one. There may be a second one developing there on the back side, but that means that if you live along Highway 54, this is going to head kind of almost straight east. I think it's dropping just a little bit southeast. So Crook Spring, Cedar Springs, the main rotation is just past you, and then you've got Birdsong over here, Kaplinger Mills down to the south, but I think the rotation is going to stay just north of you. Garrett, you've been looking at reports. Do we have anything out there that has come from these storms over the last few minutes?
Actually, before we get to Garrett, Brandon, I was going to toss it over to you. Just since you were talking about that, working on getting permission, but this was around Collins, trying to figure out which storm it was, but that was structural damage. So these storms, whether it was wind or tornado or hail, this has caused some car damage, blown out windows and homes around El Dorado Springs, and now structural damage of some sort in Collins. That's what I have on my end. Garrett, what did you have?
I just have lots and lots of hail reports coming in from this storm. We are seeing that rotation across the eastern part of Dade County kind of get a little bit more organized, at least in terms of the velocity. It looks a lot better organized. It's getting very close to Missouri 39. I believe that's Missouri 39 in the eastern part of Dade County. Also about to cross this tornado warning polygon basically runs along Missouri 160 in between Willard over to Rock Prairie, but again that rotation is just to the north. It's southeast of Greenfield, but again it's getting very close to that intersection of 160 as well as 245. So again, that rotation, Comet, I need you to get into that tornado safe space. This could definitely clip the northern corner of Walnut Grove. This is also going to get very close to Knox. I do want to take a look at our station tower camera once again, kind of look at that lowering. It's not as healthy as what we saw just a second ago or just a few minutes ago, where it almost looked like we were seeing a little bit of a lowering, if not a funnel cloud, but again, still looking like we have that lowering as it is continuing its gradual trek to the north and to the east. I do want to zoom out here a little bit, just kind of see exactly what our camera looks like on the wider scale. So if you'll just give me a second to pull the camera up and we will zoom out here, see exactly what we're looking at in terms of the supercell structure. Again, that is definitely looking a little bit more like a lowering in and around the eastern portion of Dade County. And then there is your supercell thunderstorm with what looks to be a definite lowering down on that Greenfield storm. Nick or Brandon, what are you seeing?
Well, a couple of things. We have the report of perhaps a funnel cloud out near Iconium. From the picture that just got posted, though, I think it's the wrong side of the storm. Sometimes you'll have all sorts of what we call scud clouds, and if you've been to any one of our weather tours, we kind of go through a few examples of that. You may have a low-hanging cloud that just looks kind of scary. Sometimes we call them SLC clouds, scary-looking clouds. They don't necessarily pose any danger. Based on the picture I'm seeing, I think that's on the wrong end of the storm here. If you are on the east side of a storm and the clouds are way up there and you see something that's kind of looks like it's hanging a little bit, but it's not rotating, it's probably scud. That doesn't mean you shouldn't pay attention to it if you are in line for the storm to move your way. So we've got the one cell that's got some really strong rotation to it right there on the north end of Cedar County, and it looks like a second rotation developing on the backside. This may split. Sometimes you'll see that. And then we've got the other cell that's got some rotation down there around Walnut Grove. So we're going to take a look here at a couple of things, if I can get my computer to drive correctly here, or really it's more about can the user drive the computer correctly. But it's been a little while here, so let's go back into this storm here that's just into far eastern. In fact, I'll move the map here for you a little bit. That didn't work like I wanted it to. Just into the northwest side of Greene County. So this is all just going to be heavy rain and hail. If you live around Harold, Walnut Grove, you may be getting a little bit of hail, probably not anything too big. You're not in the dangerous part of the storm yet. The big hail is going to be happening right here, just east of 245 and approaching Knox. And that's probably going to be up there in that golf ball to maybe larger. And we've had a couple of pictures, not real recently, come in. Now, there is a little bit of a back edge to this thing with a big notch in it. That's not a classic look necessarily, but if we look at the wind field on this, it kind of tells the story. It's a broad area of circulation. You've got the pinks and the reds, which is air flowing away from the radar, and then you've got the greens here flowing toward the radar. And so the storm itself is very likely moving kind of east-southeast, and that looks like pretty good gate to gate. Garrett, have you had any kind of a calculation on it as far as the speeds on that?
He had to step away for a moment.
Oh, he did. Okay, Garrett went away.
Yeah, it's like,
Nick there.
He was just taking care of business for, let's just keep it that way. But behind the scenes here, you're ever seen the gate to gate shear? Were you talking about the Greenfield tornado warning?
Yeah, the one that, it's just east of there. It's not Greenfield now.
Initially it didn't look impressive at first, but I saw it flare up just like you did before our very eyes. I think the radar beam's trying to fight through a little bit of range folding or having a hard time, especially with these blue stripes here, determining which way the wind's blowing and how strong the winds are blowing, which is not uncommon. Radar's not always perfect, you know. But if I were to try to find a query box of some sort, well, in fact, let me just try it this way. He has a lot of boxes and information on here. But gate-to-gate shear from a few clicks, seeing maybe 15, 25 miles per hour. But where we have that little bit of blip of a green and the red here between, let's say halfway between Greenfield and Missouri 245 on Highway 160, that might be an area of stronger shear. So at the very least, Brandon, this storm is trying to do something as it continues on here.
Well, we'll continue to watch it, but we have a new tornado warning that we need to let you know about. And this is really just an extension of the cell that's up there in St. Clair County. So real big hail falling just southeast of Roscoe, and this is moving almost straight east, but you notice a really broad notch to it. So the old tornado warning is the one that extends a bit further south. This one encompasses areas such as Roscoe, although I think probably the tornado, if there is one, is occurring just a little way south of you, and then that's going to run kind of east toward Wablo, almost right along Highway 54. So let me put a track on this for you so we can get an idea, and I'm going to roll it right from the area of strongest rotation. In fact, before I do that, let's put the wind on here and so that way we can get a feel. There it is right there. So let's put a track. So when I draw this and I give you an estimated time, that's not for the hail and the rain and all that kind of stuff. This is for the main circulation where the tornado may occur. So on its current track, this thing's going to be at Collins here in about 20 minutes. It's 7:56 now. We're looking at about 8:14. So anywhere just south, really, of Highway 54 or along Highway 54, the radar beam's going to be way up there at this point. So sometimes where the rotation shows up in the cloud, the tornado may be displaced a little bit, and sometimes there are, little ropes or something like that. So just be aware, if you live along the south edge of St. Clair County, Highway 54 south to the county line, you're right there in the path of this. Now, if it drifts south a little bit, the warning technically does include the far northern section, northeast section of Cedar County, and then just into northwest Polk County, and then the west side of Hickory County. And the warning goes until...
That will take us until 8:45.
8:45, okay. Yeah, so these things are not in a huge hurry. They're moving 25, 30 miles an hour. So we've got a combination here that seems pretty balanced in terms of shear and instability. So we'll clear that off of there, and let's go back to the main radar image and show you what's happening. So you got the big hail. In fact, Kind of curious about that. Have we had any recent reports about the hail size on that one coming east? It's a Highway 54. I know these storms have had a history of anywhere between golf ball and baseball. And
even the odd hailstone pushing 3 inches in some cases.
Yeah, so I mean, don't take this lightly. If you're in the area of Highway 54, so the tornado may occur just south, okay, but the big hail is going to occur right along Highway 54 and going along there to the east, and it'll eventually get into places like Roscoe if it holds together. But these storms have been doing that. They are certainly holding their own, if not strengthening in some cases. So we'll get a little closer look here, and it pretty well is, I guess you could say, just kind of out in the boonies, so to speak. Used to live there, not a bad thing, but going over toward Collins, that's going to be the place that has the most immediate threat. But that's along Highway 13, so if you've got friends and family that live along there, that's where we really want to watch because of the hail that has had structural damage to it. I mean, this has been knocking out windows in storefronts and vehicles, and so now you can see that big rotation there just to the south. And I want to just do a quick check here. Well, let me move the map here. It all has to work together, and then look at the debris signature to see if there is anything obvious, and there really isn't. So all the colors, basically what the radar's doing is comparing a horizontal pulse and a vertical pulse, and if they're about the same, we know we're hitting essentially a round target. You can have something that's a little bit jagged, like big hail, but at some point, you only know that you're hitting tornado debris when the two beams are not nearly the same. And so you know you're hitting something odd-shaped. Debris is the only thing that does that. And thus far, we don't have anything that's really doing anything real obvious, at least on the radar. But it has got a pretty good notch on it, as does the storm down here in southwest Polk County, and the one that's just to the north of Walnut Grove. So let's zoom in on that. Yes, go ahead, Garrett.
I'm getting reports via the National Weather Service chat that storm that you've been keeping your eye on, local law enforcement has eyes on what looks like a low-hang rain wrap. So I would assume that if this storm is producing any kind of a lowering or a funnel cloud or a tornado, it would be because of all of that precipitation. But I also do have the hail queries pulled up really quick on that storm that's coming out of Dade County and now getting very close to Walnut Grove. We're seeing 1.4 to 1.5 inch hail as estimated by Doppler radar, and this is broadly moving off to the northeast, that largest hail core, into Ureta by 8:01, into Pleasant Hope by 8:19, and then into Red Top if it holds together, which of course they have been by 8:29 this evening. I also do want to clear this off and then take a look at our wind shear values in our velocity mode here. So let's look at what we're seeing on the surface in terms of the velocity, and it's a little bit messy. It's not as impressive as it looked just a second ago, but still, nonetheless, very impressive rotation, very tight rotation, especially in the upper or the mid levels of the atmosphere. So we have about 12 to 13 mile per hour gate to gate shear outbound, and then 17 to 21 mile per hour gate to gate shear inbound. So again, definitely if you live in Walnut Grove over to Graydon Springs, I need you to go ahead and seek shelter and get into your tornado safe space. Brandon, what are we seeing?
Okay, well, I just want to give you kind of a broad look here. We've just gone over the most recent tornado warning, showed you where the rotation is. We don't have, whether it be spotters or a debris signature on radar, we don't have confirmation of this, but the environment is set up pretty good for a tornado to occur. So we've got good instability, good shear, those are the two main ingredients, and we've got a warm front. And the danger of a warm front is that typically you'll have a southeast wind, and that warm front is real close now to the Springfield area, kind of back up through, it looks like maybe Lamar, and extends southeast down into Arkansas. But often you will have a southeast wind on one side of the warm front, and then it turns to a southwest wind as you go up in the atmosphere, and that creates the twisting that we talk about. And so these storms are moving pretty well straight east, but then back here to the west, you've got other ones that have had some intense circulation, confirmed tornadoes, and those are just slowly going to work their way east, and this watch goes until 2 in the morning. the one that goes across south central Missouri up into central Missouri, and then you've got the other one that covers Oklahoma, and as this plays out, we may end up adding parts of Arkansas to it. So just want you to know, while there isn't anything imminent in terms of, hey, this tornado is a real deal, we know there's circulation happening, we know the atmosphere is ripe to produce a tornado. And so while it seems like we may be mumbling on, our policy essentially is, hey, there's a tornado warning, it's in for a populated area, and so we're going to stay with you in case there is one that happens. We don't want to wait until, oh yeah, we heard it happened. You know how the communication string works, and we think it may be too late by then. So let's go back up here to St. Clair County. This is the storm that has some pretty tight circulation. They're just south of Highway 54. It doesn't necessarily look like it's increased or decreased really. It's just kind of holding its own, but there still is a really strong signal for some pretty decent size hail here. When I say that, we're talking golf ball. They're thinking maybe up to tennis ball with this, and that's going to roll right along Highway 54 and points just north of that. And then the main circulation, well, that's what we're watching for the tornado warning, and that's where we have the wind speeds really has been showing some broad circulation. Apparently, I don't have the magic touch. There we go. The circulation looks a little weaker than it did, but there still is rotation on it, and so the tornado could occur anytime, and the tornadic part of the storm is going to roll right there between the Dade County line, or I'm sorry, St. Clair and Polk County line, and then just up to about Highway 54. So that means if you live south of 54 in St. Clair County, you need to be on guard and in your tornado shelter. And then this is going to probably roll just north of Humansville and cross Highway 13 and eventually 123. They're south of Wablo. That warning, by the way, goes until 8:30, another 25 minutes, and it extends all the way back over here to Highway 83. So we're talking the north side of Polk County, Flemington, Humansville. You're in it, but it's a ways west of you, and it's as tornadoes go, 25 miles an hour on the storm, not too quick. And then Wablo, you're in this as well. Let me move the map here just a little bit so you can get an idea of the northern extent of this. So this goes across a good chunk of St. Clair County, just south of Osceola. You can see where the line is, and really the part of the storm we're watching, I mean, you're quite a way south of Gerster and Vista. So it's a situation where you really got to pay attention to hail in those areas more than anything else. However, those sometimes you have supercells that can split, you can have different rotations develop, and so that's why they do such a broad tornado warning. So the big core, again, just north of Highway 54, could be up to tennis ball size hail, and that's going to move just north of Collins. Now we have emergency management, we have storm spotters, all those folks kind of in the wheelhouse of information that flows in, and we monitor that. So Garrett, Nick, do either one of you have anything new from all of those different channels?
That's funny how you mentioned emergency management, Brandon. Greene County OEM Director Larry was saying Polk County around Farm Road 123 and 215, he had a fresh report of golf ball size hail with that storm.
I have not seen any new reports in the Weather Service chat. I've been really watching our storm here that is now exiting Dade County, and that circulation, that center of rotation is about to cross very close to Walnut Grove. So if you live in Walnut Grove, I do need you to go ahead and seek shelter on the lowest floor of the sturdy building. I have not heard if this warning is going to be extended into adjacent parts of Polk County or into the other part of northern Greene County. But again, Pleasant Hope over to Fair Grove, Red Top, Buffalo, halfway Bolivar. If you're in a mobile home or if you know somebody that's traveling along, say Missouri 13 coming out of Greene County headed up towards Bolivar, or Missouri 65 headed up towards Buffalo, or over to Red Top, you need to tell them to get off the roads or tell them to wait. If they're headed south towards Fair Grove out of Buffalo, maybe wait in that tornado safe space, wait at home if you will. If you're in a camper, I would go ahead and make sure to get to your tornado safe space. Again, that may be a bathroom at the campground. That will work. Of course, we always want you on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. This is moving a little bit on the slow side further to the north and to the east. And that primary area of concern with our rotation is gradually moving further to the north into the east. That would put it, if it holds together, into Brighton at 8:24. That may pass just to the north of Brighton and maybe pass just southeast of Wishart. Again, kind of in that general area along Missouri State Route 13. That could put it into halfway around 8:36 into Foose by 8:41. And then if it holds together, we could see that move into the Buffalo area by 8:47. And again, these storms tonight have really not shown too many signs of weakening. As Brandon and Nick have also said, we are seeing these storms get into a more unstable, more ripe environment as that warm front continues to lift further to the north. So again, Buffalo, Foose, Burns, over to Wishart. Make sure that the kids have the shoes. Make sure that you have your shoes. You always want those thicker soles. Those boots really are going to work very well during a situation like this where we could have a tornado very quickly develop within this storm. So that's the latest right now. And then of course, outside of that, we are seeing the 1 to 2 inch hail within that storm. I queried it. We're up to 2.7 or 2.6 inches of hail in terms of the diameter within that storm. Brandon or Nick, what do we have?
So that's tennis ball.
Yes.
Basically 2.5 is tennis ball, 2 3/4 is considered baseball, and we've got that potential in some of these storms. So I want to show you the storm track here on the storm that is just up into St. Clair County. So this is the one we've been watching, south of Highway 54. There's the rotation, and it still doesn't have any idea or any confirmation on it, except that it continues to rotate. So this is going to be crossing very near Collins in about, let's see, 10 minutes or so, give or take. So then it continues on to the east, Wablo at about 8:31 or so. The warning goes until 8:30. So essentially they'll kind of assess, and is there still rotation? Is there not? Has it weakened? Has it strengthened? And that'll decide whether or not they extend the warning. But way out here in Elkton, you'll be in the path of it, should it hold together, here in another, say, 35 minutes or so at 8:46. So we're still monitoring this. The storms up in this region, though, the farther east they go, the more they move away from the area of maximum shear. So it doesn't mean there can't be severe weather. It just means the tornado potential will tend to get a little bit lower. It doesn't mean it goes away. Okay, I just want to make that clear. So let's go back here to the radar, and I'm actually going to zoom back out here and show you a broad view and see it just, I don't have the magic touch here. So let's look back at the main radar. Come on, come on. Okay, I'm going to have to walk over here and do it. Silly thing.
Let's see if we can.
Anyway, there, it's not playing nice. I'm clicking it, huh?
It's being a little finicky this evening.
Well, how about we do that? Oh, there we go. Now, can we do that? Aha! You just got to talk nice to it. Okay, so essentially the warm front is on these storms are occurring right along and north of the warm front. So notice how we've got the 2 tornado warnings here. And then northeast of that, we've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. Now you get a storm that moves off the warm front, the instability is being lifted over that. You still can get big hail, you can get downburst winds, but the cloud base tends to be quite well removed from the ground versus storms that are in the richer instability. And so they tend to be more hail and wind producers. The ones right along the warm front, you've got to watch for some tornado potential. And then the ones that'll be coming our way later tonight. I know this sounds like, why are you talking about that now? I just want to have your guard up here, because these, as they move our direction, are going to have increasing instability and shear. So it may hold on for quite a while tonight, but these initial storms not showing any immediate sign of a tornado.
And oddly enough, Brandon, when that storm between Independence and Pittsburgh was back closer to Cherryvale out in southeast Kansas, it at one point had a large, dangerous tornado with that. Still observed, but it's trying to work into northern parts of Labette County. And if it continues into Cherokee and Jasper counties, we'll see that pop up on our screen. Hopefully there will be something that can weaken it as they continue onward, but it just goes to show what we've been saying for the past few days and what Garrett and I have said today. We have to watch the storms late tonight that'll come out of Kansas and Oklahoma, because if things unfold the wrong way, they can still pack a punch.
Okay, and we're seeing pictures that are coming in, and look, I'm just going to say it how it is. In today's world, people can share pictures with us that have nothing to do with what's going on right now. Some tornado picture, or oh my gosh, there's a tornado here, and they take a picture that's from some other event. So because of that, we can't show some of the things that are coming in because we haven't verified them yet. We are getting several pictures coming through of wall clouds, or at least what look like wall clouds, and they match up in some cases with some of these storms. But the key is it rotating? And then if you look underneath it and you see anything flying up from the ground, well, then you know you got a tornado. So there is the potential wall cloud. Looking at this storm right up here to, looks like it's very close to Aldrich right now. And that storm has a tornado warning on it that they have been monitoring here for a little while. And I believe it goes until 8:30, if I remember right. This is primarily an issue for southern Polk County. Okay, and Garrett was talking about this storm a little bit ago. The circulation is very likely up here real close to Highway 214. Let's just see here, or 215 rather. I don't want to go backwards one. But right there close to 123, 215. Well, it's a little further south. It's actually closer to Walnut Grove, and the bigger hail is just to the north. Garrett, you have an update?
I do. I have reports coming into the National Weather Service chat. It looks like parts of Benton County have 810 customers without power. Also seeing 202 customers without power in and around Henry County as well. And even in Polk County, we have 242 people without power as well. So definitely make sure that your phones are turned on tonight. As Brandon was saying, we're kind of just getting started with these storms, as there are several still back to our west. I'll turn off that box for you so that way you can kind of see those storms that are back building as that warm front lifts to the north whenever the computer would like to work for me. There we go. We still have these supercells that are developing back towards Chanute, and there may even be another one developing immediately to the west of that one. But anyway, point is, you do want to make sure that your cell phones are turned on as you're headed to bed tonight. Make sure that you have shoes nearby that you can grab really quick. Make sure that you have your wallet, your car keys, and those important documents very close to you as you're headed to bed. If you have a basement, it might not be a bad idea. Hey, kids, let's have a sleepover downstairs in the basement as these storms continue to push further to the east. And we've already seen several reported tornadoes back into southeastern Kansas. That's again, we're still looking at power outages. If you have power, make sure your cell phone is charged. Make sure if you have a battery backup that is charged, and also pull your cars into the garage and anything that you may have out in your yard that you, of course, don't want to be broken by major hail.
We're going to continue to talk about. I want to real quick, not real close. I want to show you. So here is the storm that's in southwest Polk County. Okay, now notice where you've got sort of that appendage that wraps around to the back of the storm. You got the main storm here, and then you've got this little thing that looks like it's a little finger sticking down on the back side of the storm. Okay, you would think, okay, there's the rotation, right? Well, guess what? It is removed from that by quite a bit. If you look, it's down here south of the line, south of the Greene County line, just northeast of Walnut Grove. So what it tells us is the storm seems to be losing that characteristic. In other words, the precip is mismatched with where the main rotation is. Now that can mean that you have a strong updraft here that's tilted to the northeast. You've got all that rain and hail happening here, and that's what the radar's hitting, where the main circulation is down here to the southwest. We still don't have any confirmation of anything happening there in terms of anything confirmed, and certainly there isn't anything that would tell us, oh my gosh, look out. This is what we call the debris tracker. It's again comparing the different kinds of beams and telling us whether or not there is anything there that is at least getting debris high enough for the radar to see. And there isn't in this storm. So I believe that warning expires here in about 15 minutes. And so far, it really is showing signs of a weakening circulation. So it still has the potential of big hail as it comes into Wishart, and then right to the south of Bolivar, there's another kind of another core that may have some 2-inch hail to it. So you're talking a little bit bigger than golf balls. Nothing to shake a stick at, as the old saying goes. I don't even know where that came from, but in any case, still a formidable storm. The tornado danger seems to be weakening from what it was when they first issued the warning. But of course, as long as it's there, we're going to continue telling you about it and just monitor the storm. Then we've got this storm up here in southern St. Clair County. Now, this one has had the stronger rotation on it, at least earlier in the evening. The hail core is not nearly as big as it was before, and there still is some weak rotation there, kind of between, just west really, of Highway 13. It's about to cross over Highway 13, south of Highway 54, and then go between Humansville and Wablo. And I believe that warning also expires at, that one goes till 8:45, unless they cancel it early. But so far, despite having some really strong rotation and some really big hail, so far we have not had any confirmed tornadoes or reports of damage that would suggest a tornado. There has been damage, but it's been primarily from hail, because some of that has been slightly larger than baseball, which have certainly put the windows out and damaged roofs and all that sort of stuff. So we just want you to be aware of it. This storm still has a bit of a hail core to it, just south of 54 and west of Highway 13, and that is just a hair north of where the circulation is. So it makes sense. This is moving east at about 25 miles an hour. And it's interesting now, if we zoom back into it, you'll notice it still has this notch. You see that right there, west of Wablo, and the storm's moving east at about 25 miles an hour. So it, as I believe it was Nick referring to earlier, sometimes these storms can cycle. You'll have them get really big and bad for a while, big rotation, big hail, and then all of a sudden it weakens, they discontinue the tornado warning, and then a few miles down the road, oh, here it goes again, because it's outrunning some outflow, getting back into that unstable air, and then it goes back into its big roar, look at me mode, and can sometimes be pretty dramatic. Let me zoom out here real quick and show you a loop that goes back over the last couple of hours to show you where we are and give you some idea. These storms are moving almost straight east, and there's a new tornado warning. So the one in Polk County, they're still watching, but they have reissued that. You get an idea here of where the storms are moving. I'm sorry, my brain is trying to do multiple things at once. So these are all moving east at roughly 25 miles an hour. They have had some real rotation on them, and as they move into slightly more stable surface layer air, they're becoming more elevated in nature, meaning the cloud base goes up a little higher and the tornado threat lowers, but you still have wind and hail threat, and that's why we've got the severe thunderstorm warnings up around Eldon and a big storm coming in there, not tornadic, okay? Then you get down here closer to the warm front, Springfield, warm front's just to the north of us now. You can tell that in part by the dew points going way up. So that's the fuel, and so the concern is that these storms are really close to the warm front, and as long as they are, they will have some tornado potential. And then we're going to be concerned about the ones that are coming our way from southern Kansas a little bit later. But let's go back to the new tornado warning, and this is a storm we've been telling you about, just there, but this is in southern Polk County. Now the warning itself, the new tornado warning, that's this box that extends over here toward Fair Grove, okay? The old one is this boundary that goes way back to Walnut Grove. If you live in Walnut Grove, no worries now, this thing's past you. You're probably seeing a pretty dark sky to your northeast and a lot of lightning, but the dangerous part of the storm now is to your east, and we're looking, gosh, Wishart, you're getting the hail right now. Probably pretty big hail, and this is moving east. So the new warning, check the time on it, goes until, and this is northern green, far northern green.
I think the new warning is 9:15. No, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay. So, I mean, they go for a little while, but that's because these storms aren't moving real quick. And that sometimes is the case where you have good shear, but not a whole lot of really, really strong wind. That does not necessarily lessen the threat by any means. So, Bolivar, you are in this tornado warning, okay? You're in the new tornado warning, goes till 9 o'clock. At this point, it's a broad warning that encompasses a lot of area on either side of where the most dangerous part of the storm is, to the south. So if you live in Bolivar, you just turn your TV on and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? You've got a tornado warning till 9 o'clock, but right now, the potential tornado is quite a ways to your south. You're not in an imminent threat right now, okay? Let me put it that way. However, as we watch this, these things have been generating enough rotation, and right now you can kind of see it's right there on the back edge, that far west edge of that new warning, and so it is still on the south side of Polk County, and it's moving east. So it's not like this thing's all of a sudden going to jump and go straight north toward Bolivar. That doesn't mean let your guard down, don't watch, okay, because there are always weird things that can happen with weather. But right now, I'm more concerned about this area of the southern side of the county, eventually on the other side of Highway 13 over here toward Pleasant Hope. And so that warning goes until 9 o'clock. That's roughly 37 minutes from now. And the back side of the storm is where we're really watching for the most dangerous part of it. And it's an update really of a previous warning, which is still showing up there on the outline back here to the west. But if you'll notice, we've got the one little hook here. It's a really odd hook, honestly. And then there's just a slight one back here on the west side of the storm. I say that, and then it weakens, which is not a bad thing. There's the new update as it comes in. And so this is going to run, kind of looks like it has jumped a little bit to the north. So let's check this and make sure we've got the most recent image. And it looks like we do here. That's a minute ago. So this is moving east at about 25 miles an hour. These have not had any confirmation, no debris signature on radar, no spotter reports, but we have had multiple wall cloud reports and pictures that would indicate the same thing. So if you've been to any of our weather tours, we show you some examples of that. Typically you'll have kind of a flat, or rather, yeah, I guess that's the way to put it, kind of a flat cloud base, and then there's a little section of it that kind of sticks downward a bit. And you want to watch for rotation, number one. I mean, we're getting to the point where it's pert near dark, and it'll be very difficult to see that. That's the most dangerous time, and I know our nature is, woo, tornado warning, and run out the front door, let's see where it is. Not when it's dark, okay? The only way you're going to see it if it's lit by lightning, and sometimes these things can drop it at the drop of a hat, so to speak. So the rotation right now, south of Wishart, but it has turned a little bit more to the northeast. Bolivar, you're not in any imminent danger, okay? But down here to the south along Highway 215, that's the place to watch for the tornadic, potentially tornadic part. And then if you look at just the plain old radar, then just to the north of the rotation is where you're typically going to have your biggest hail. And you see that big purple swath right there. And by the way, don't run out in the middle of the storm to grab a hailstone when you see a big one fall, like, woo, I got to save that one. Wait till it's over, okay? And then snap a picture, upload it using the KY3 weather app. I'm sure we're going to create a gallery because there's a whole bunch of those coming in, but that's one way you can share information with us. We're still watching that storm, and I believe we still have the tornado warning up in St. Clair County because that one wasn't set to expire for another few minutes. And it looks like they haven't extended it. Yeah.
And when I double check the velocities behind the scenes here, Brandon, nothing's really standing out. Everything I'm seeing, it's very broad, it's very weak. Gate-to-gate shear anywhere from 15 to 25 miles per hour, and even that's when you take into account the lowest tilt of about 0.2 degrees coming from the Springfield Airport. Trying to read this storm, maybe just a couple thousand feet up, but at the lowest angle. Nonetheless, it might look impressive on reflectivity, but areas of spin around Wablo, Humansville, close to 123, it's looking broad on my end. So we'll just have to wait and see what the Weather Service does in terms of that tornado warning. And it's not easy for them to just issue tornado warnings. They don't want to do it willy-nilly, because if you put too many tornado warnings out, by the time that something eventually happens, no one's going to take it seriously. So they have to look at a lot and consider a lot of factors seriously before they put out a tornado warning. And you can even see to my right, it is just a light show in Bolivar right now as the crux of that storm passes overhead. And I will say, it's the worst of the tornadic part of the storm isn't an issue for Bolivar, unless Brandon said otherwise. I mean, for Bolivar, I think you're just going to mainly deal with a lot of lightning, which is trying to light the dark sky since we're past sunset right now. And if anything, you'll get definitely your share of rain, wind, and maybe some large hail, which at last check, if I double check the warning from the National Weather Service, at least it's as big as golf balls. At least that's the potential biggest hail size that we can get from this storm working into Bolivar right now. But for the counties under a tornado warning, we do want you to take it seriously and be in a safe place. And if you're new to the Ozarks, not sure about where that is, we have our own Francis Watson standing by. Just simple reminders, simple places you can go to stay safe under a tornado warning. Francis.
All right, thanks so much, Nick. You can take a break for right now. Welcome to the Ozarks. Welcome to spring. We've got a little graphic here that we'd like to share. We do get some newsroom calls, by the way, Nick and Brandon and Garrett, about what do we do. In this green area here, these are what we call the safest areas of the home. If you don't have a basement, naturally, that's the best place to go. Otherwise, you can go into the hallway, a closet, or a bathroom. Main thing is to avoid windows, doors, and outside walls. You want to cover yourself with blankets or mattresses for protection. And of course, again, the safest space being the basement. Also, you want to take in a few other tornado safety tips in case maybe you don't have a basement. Let's take a look at this. If you don't have one, go to a small interior room, again, like a hallway, bathroom, or walk-in closet, basically the lowest level of your home, and stay away from the windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, grab those soft items, those pillows, those blankets to help protect yourself from flying debris. It may sound bizarre. I didn't really buy into it when I first moved to the Ozarks, but really good information. A bicycle or motorcycle helmet. Mine sounds silly, but could definitely protect you in case there is some flying debris. Stay away from anything that should catch fire, such as a fuse or a fuse box or a water heater. And remember to have those phone charged, and always have your KY3 First Alert weather app uploaded, and also a storm safety kit. Very, very important. Guys, do you have any more updates for us? All right,
yeah, I'll take it over from here, Francis.
Thanks,
and it's
Nick.
a great thing that you mentioned how important bicycle or sports helmets are when it comes to tornado warnings, because the name of the game is protecting yourself from debris, because that's not necessarily any spin of tornado that can potentially harm you, if not, heaven forbid, kill you. It's the wind from the tornado sending all sorts of debris around. And unfortunately, in some cases where some kids lost their lives back around 2010 or 2011, before we had the big southeastern United States tornado outbreak around April 27th, practicing physicians have told weather experts that if the kids have the bicycle helmet on, that will add extra protection. And it goes for adults as well. So like Francis said, it might be silly to think about finding a bicycle helmet, baseball helmet, any sort of helmet, but it's for protecting your head, protecting you from debris. Now, I'm doing a quick reset here because I do want to bring your attention again that these storms north of Bartlesville, around Chanute, Independence, and especially Parsons in southeastern Kansas, these are additional storms that were nasty, producing damaging tornadoes, especially the one near Parsons now, when it was back close to Elk City and not too far from Cherryvale. If this continues toward the east and southeast, we might see additional tornado warnings go out for Cherokee County and southeast Kansas, maybe approaching Jasper County near Joplin, and we'll see if it can hold together over the next hour or so if we see additional warnings from those storms coming out. But that being said, let's go back into our current tornado warnings, and we're going to make sure we take our time to point out the areas to spin and do a storm track for both ones. We're going to start off with the tornado warning storm in St. Clair County, trying to approach Wablo and working to the east of, what highway would that be? 123. Okay. Sorry for readjusting the map a little bit there, but the last time Brandon and I looked at this, it looked a little messy, maybe getting some storm interference or an interference from any inflow trying to get something to spin up, but you can still argue just a couple weak areas of spin. East of 123, whether it's closer to Humansville or Wablo as you work across northern Polk County or southern Hickory County. But this is still a storm that's going to try to cause some mischief as we continue on. So with that said, let me go back to reflectivity. Let's do a double check on that forward speed. And as Brendan said, these storms, as they continue to work away from the better lit and maybe some driving forces in terms of steering winds, they're starting to slow down a little bit at about 25 miles per hour. So what I want to do a track for the whole leading edge of the storm, because like some of the individual cells or the strongest cells that we've seen this evening, if you don't get a possible tornado out of this, you're going to have to deal with maybe some golf ball size hail on the northern portion of this supercell storm. Wheatland by 837, Flemington, Hermitage between 840 and 850. There's Preston at 902. Urbana by 909. Still don't have anything for northern parts of Dallas County yet, but if we continue down the line, Huckabee by 913, and then maybe closer to Missouri Highway 73 between Max Creek and Buffalo by about 925. With that said, before we actually switch to the southern tornado warning, let me do just a quick double check. Just make sure that we're not getting any debris lofted. That's looking messy. So far, it's not looking too bad with the tornado warning storm working across southern Hickory and northern Polk. The southern tornado warning, that's the one where I agree with Brandon. This has had such an interesting structure to this where you could kind of argue, could there be some spin south of Fairplay and around Highway 215, or this weird appendage around Wishart, northwest of Pleasant Hope, south of Bolivar as it approaches 13. But nonetheless, you look at reflectivity, what stands out? This bright, maybe pink, magenta, pardon my color mix-ups there, but that's still pushing at least some large hail out of this. So let's do a double check of what this tornado warning is capable of other than the possible tornado. This is going to be for golf ball size hail, so that's the worst that that's doing in terms of the hail sizes right now. And if we were to switch back over to storm relative velocities and zoom in just a little bit tighter, this tells us one thing, or two things actually. One area that I was suspicious about around Missouri 123, southwest of Aldrich, that's not really showing up as rotation. So we're not worried about anything out here right now, but looking very messy around Wishart, but still you could argue maybe a couple weak spots of rotation in there. And I can almost guarantee you if we were to switch over to correlation coefficient, given how that doesn't seem too impressive right now. This is all looking very messy. So thankfully, I am not confirming any tornado debris with this storm working across the southern half of Polk County and the very far northern parts of Greene County. We're talking about well to the north of 44, north of Bodark, north of the 65-44 interchange of Valley View Mills, those areas on the northeast side of Springfield. In fact, none of Springfield is under this tornado warning. Around Fair Grove, you might be technically clipped by the polygon, but let's get back to reflectivity and let's do a fresh storm track on this one. Just like the other supercell, moving east at 25. So I'm going to widen the view out a little bit. And given how the polygon is shaped, we'll maybe move it a little to the east-northeast. And we'll do the entire leading edge to not only encompass the tornado potential if it tries to spin up again, but also the large hail. So if we take this out over the next hour, and actually, let me move that query box so I'm not covering up the storm. The current time is 8:35. This will be near halfway along Missouri Highway 32 by about 8:41. There's Foose by 8:48. And if additional warnings need to go down the line, whether it's a severe thunderstorm or maybe another tornado warning, this will be near Buffalo by 9 o'clock, Cloverdale by 9:07, and then we get closer to Phillipsburg, maybe just north of Conway by about 9:30, and then maybe later on down the line we'll revisit things and see if Lebanon needs to keep an eye on things as we continue on with time here. Sorry, Keith, I couldn't hear you. What'd you have for me? All right, Garrett has something new for us. Garrett, the floor is all yours.
So I know we've been talking a lot about the here and the right now and how there are active tornado warnings, but if you're just tuning in right now, maybe for KY3 News, we are under a tornado watch still until 2 o'clock this morning for all of our Missouri Ozarks counties, and it's because there are two supercells and a couple more that aren't tornado warned back to the west, and those are continuing to slide further to the east. So just because you've had a tornado warning up in Nevada, over to Osceola, also over to parts of central Lawrence County, doesn't mean that the threat is over, right? This isn't a one and done situation, and I kind of just want to walk you through briefly a futurecast run of what these supercells are going to do. So here's what we're looking at in Warsaw, in Bolivar and southern Polk County. There's that supercell. Watch what happens with those storms that come in from southeastern Kansas as we head into 11 midnight tonight. Again, notice they stay pretty intense as they move through the Ozarks, and that's just because of how much unstable air there is. And again, we're not going to see an end to this severe weather threat even through the overnight hours when we typically would see that severe threat end, and that's just because of how much instability there is. So again, tonight, not a bad idea. Sleep in the basement. Tell the kids, hey, we're having a sleepover down in the basement. Also make sure to sleep with the bike helmets nearby, your shoes. Of course, you are going to want those heavier, thicker sole shoes nearby, like hiking boots or any kind of work boots. Also, construction hats also work very, very well. If you have pets, make sure their leashes and their collars and identification are nearby. Important documents, you'll definitely want to make sure that those are at the ready. And then again, we'll still see those storms pushing out as we head into the late evening and overnight out, or excuse me, into the early morning hours tomorrow, even before the sun comes up. So again, we are in no way ready to say that the severe weather threat is over for the Ozarks. We're really kind of in the middle of an ongoing severe weather event. So again, first aid kit, always good to have. Other supplies, battery chargers, make sure your phone is charged. We've seen several power outages reported up north. Important documents, and then also have a change of clothes in that go bag as well. Nick and Brandon.
I'll take things over from here for a moment as well, Garrett, because we'll just do another broad recap, this time in terms of where Doppler radar is standing right now. Now, to start when we started coverage out about 6 o'clock, 6:10, at least continuous coverage, it was for this cluster of storms that produced so much wind and hail damage back out in north central Kansas, riding along I-70 and to the north of U.S. Highway, maybe at least 54. That worst of the storm chances is now lifting out of the Ozarks. Once it's clearing Miller County, technically just out of our viewing area, that'll be something that folks in east central Missouri, maybe close to Osage County, Montgomery, Gasconade, Warren, Franklin counties, and maybe St. Louis County before the night is through. Those are storms that they'll have to watch, so if you know anybody out that way, give them a heads up. But we're still keeping an eye on what the Weather Service out of Tulsa, Wichita, and Springfield are going to do with these supercells, because as Garrett pointed out, even though we'd like to say we're going to be done once we get these storms in the northern Ozarks out of the way, we still have to deal with these, and these have had confirmed tornadoes. In fact, the one in Labette County, not too far from Parsons, that's still trying to produce a tornado as it starts to work into Cherokee County. Those are what we'll be watching closely as we go through the next few hours. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in the atmosphere might weaken those some as they come on in, but we have to be ready, because those additional storms, like Garrett said, will continue to try to develop out in southeast Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, off and on through the night. It won't be storming all night, but that's why we've been stressing to have your KY3 First Alert weather app ready to go with the warnings enabled, wireless emergency alerts ready to go as well, and if you have NOAA weather radios with the battery backup, make sure those batteries are charged in case you need those warnings. So the only 2 tornado warnings on the board is for mainly now the southern half of Polk County, the worst of it staying just to the south of Bolivar and Missouri Highway 32. And then the other one still looking rather ragged, which is certainly a good thing, but that's still leaving a tornado warning in place for southeastern St. Clair, northeastern Cedar County, northwestern Polk, and the western, we'll call it the western third of Hickory County. In fact, if we were to get a fresh look at the timing of those warnings, the southern one impacting parts of Bow County and extreme northern Greene, that is in place until 9 o'clock. And then we have the other one that is going to be in place until 8:45. So maybe within a few minutes, actually, this might be our answer here. All right, looks like downstream, this is a bit of a positive development here. What the Weather Service is doing with this new severe thunderstorm warning encompassing more of northern Polk, more of Hickory County, and southern Benton County is they're not considering adding another tornado warning right now. But there's still enough of just weak spin in a few spots where if it has a chance to spin up, this is your early heads up. But this storm is still capable of 60-mile-per-hour wind speeds and 2.5-inch diameter hail, which is again close to baseball-size hail with some of those heaviest cores. And then we've got that one again producing hail and the potential tornado threat just south of Bolivar, south of Highway 32. I know that I've got more to talk about, but I need to do a quick battery change. So Garrett or Francis, if you don't mind taking over for a few moments.
I know these guys have been talking about, Garrett said, what's going to happen in the future, right? So maybe this is a good time to kind of get a plan in place. Right. I mean, because I know we don't really think this time of year is going to hit us, and then it does, and all of a sudden we're caught unprepared. So this is a good time to maybe do that. Know where to go when sheltering from a tornado. Now, again, we've said this and we'll say it again, away from windows, doors, and outside walls. You want to make sure you're in an interior room like a bathroom or a walk-in closet, something to that effect. You don't want to go up to the top room floors, as that graphic says there. Quickly move to the ground level if you can, and a basement if you've got it, with that emergency supply kit. And nighttime tornadoes, we've got to be aware of those because it seems to be more and more they're happening at the hours and maybe we're not really awake. Obviously, you want to be prepared for those nighttime tornadoes. As both Garrett and Nick mentioned, the KY3, of course, alert free weather app, and a NOAA weather radio. I know that kind of sounds a little old school, but I actually have one of those as well. In fact, I got to remember to have batteries for that. Something that stands alone that maybe you can get information from is a really good idea. And then most importantly, designate or find a safe place. We might get a little bit frazzled, we might be running around, who knows how it would react during those times of panic. So it's a good time right now to maybe get the family together, get the pets, I know get them in on the conversation, right? But get everybody together with a plan on where you're going to meet if you do get separated, or a safe place that you can all get together and stay there in case something chaotic does happen. But Garrett, you have anything more to add to that?
Yeah, Francis, it's always a good idea. Leashes, cat carriers. If you don't have a cat carriers. I have two. I always set their carriers out during the times of severe weather because, again, it's just very important to make sure that your pets are well cared for. Important documents, make sure that those are easily accessible as well. Shoes, we've been talking about that. But I do want to draw our focus to this storm that is going to very soon move into Cherokee County across southeastern Kansas. And this is, again, that storm that has produced tornadoes and still does have a confirmed tornado on the ground with it. But as it moves further south and east, the Weather Service says they are going to very soon issue a tornado warning for Cherokee County and southeastern Kansas. And again, that is not our primary area of focus here at KY3. That is the Joplin TV market. But if it holds together, it is going to stay on this general path, getting close to Joplin, say around 9:30, 9:45 tonight, into Sarcoxie around 10, which is in our viewing area, and then closer to, say, Pierce City if it continues on more of a southeasterly track as early as around 10:15 tonight. So again, we are just not even close to being out of the woods with this storm that is continuing on its easterly path. And again, the environment up here, I would imagine, is pretty worked over just because of the storms that it have worked through. Of course, the warm front is actively lifting, but the environment basically from from Interstate 44 points south is almost untapped at this point. So again, not only did we have that warm front, but all that instability from earlier this afternoon is still in full play along and south of I-44. So again, do not let your guard down with this next chance of a few strong to severe storms as well as tornadoes. Nick?
Actually, if you don't mind, I'll join you here for a little bit here, Garrett. If you don't you have the time to readjust the camera so the two of us are in here, do that. Thank you very much. Just focusing on what you said out here. Again, this is a storm that when Brandon and I were chatting about it back there, he said if these don't weaken, these could be problems later on down the line. And this was my old stomping grounds before I came here about 3.5 to 4 years ago. This has caused some large tornadoes. Back, this was near Neodesha, Independence, Cherryvale, deeper into southeast Kansas. And last I checked, there was still an observed tornado with this, trying to avoid Parsons, but near a small community of Labette. And the thing is, it's a tiny tornado warning, but the Weather Service in Springfield already put out parts of Cherokee County, under a tornado warning, but they're just not trying to go too long out in terms of a long heads up, because no one needs to be in a storm shelter for an hour and a half or 2 hours. But like you said, this is the more favorable area for strong, violent tornadoes, which is what we've been saying all along, where the worst of it would be. But as this continues on, if things don't weaken, if things don't change for the better, this could be near Joplin by 9:35, Carl Junction at 9:30, and knocking on our door once we get past, roughly past leaving Sarcoxy, maybe around 10:04, 10:05.
10:30, 10:35. Again, this could be moving in our general direction towards western Greene County, Christian County, also into parts of central Lawrence County. You're all in the broad path here. Again, nobody's under a tornado warning currently with this storm, but again, you're kind of in that broad path of where this storm is going to be moving over the next couple of hours.
Absolutely, and I know that Brandon's keeping an eye on the Bolivar camera behind the scenes here, and I'm not quite sure often why the technical camera information pops up, but it's still
I've
showing.
never seen it.
But no,
What does that mean?
Who knows? But nonetheless, the camera's still working, Brandon, and this showing just a light show as that tornado-warned storm continues to work across Polk County. And if you don't mind, I'll send it back to you because you had something else drawn up on the radar map for us.
Oh, I like to draw pretty lines with bumps on them. In this case, this is real important for a little bit later. And for those that have been watching for a while or you're just tuning in, all the yellow boxes, severe thunderstorm warnings, and look, they're still rotating. Okay, they still got notches on them, but they're moving out away from the warm front, which means that this is in more stable air because the moisture's lower. On the other side of the warm front, dew points have jumped into the mid-60s, and in fact, out here through northeast Oklahoma, the dew point's in the 70s. You say, well, why do I care about dew point? The higher the number, the more water vapor you've got, and the more unstable the atmosphere will be. And so, these storms that have been prompting the tornado warnings are getting a little weaker as they move away. Now, we have one tornado warning left in the center part of Polk County. It technically does include Bolivar. To me, there's never really been an imminent threat to Bolivar because the rotation's been way south of you. But this expires here in about 10 minutes. And while it still does have some very broad rotation, because of the shear, the instability that's feeding it, it's just kind of honestly not real impressive. Okay, now I hate to say it that way, but there are some storms that look really dangerous. And then there are others that say, yeah, that could. We don't really know, okay? But I can tell you that as the ingredients to the east are less favorable, these storms I'm not super worried about. The ones to the west, however, are going to be a bigger issue, I think, because south of this warm front, there's a lot of fuel, there's a lot of shear, and this time of night is when that low-level jet starts to increase, which then takes the shear even higher. So I think the storms that are going to be coming here slowly out of southeast Kansas could be the ones that we really need to watch. We've got numbers for everything in meteorology, and we put all these different numbers together and come up with rules of thumb for this scenario or that scenario. We have a tornado index, we have a supercell composite, we have all these things, and they're all maximized in Oklahoma right up into southeast Kansas as the main punch of unstable air begins to move northeast. So there's no imminent threat in western or southwest Missouri. There is that one tornado warning left over in Polk County that's got about 9 minutes left on it. If it expires, we're going to tell you goodbye for a little bit. Wait, do you guys have a 9 o'clock newscast on Saturdays? Yeah. Never mind, we'll stay with you. But then we have the severe weather that may impact us a little bit later on coming in from Kansas. So our policy here really is to stay on the air when there's a tornado warning in effect that's affecting a populated area. So that's why we've held with you, because these have been crossing some important towns here. So as we go through the night, I think our threat may actually increase a little bit in terms of the potential of tornadoes. And I told you this, if you watch Ozarks Today, I told you this 5 days ago when we issued the first alert weather day saying, hey, I think Sunday night could be an issue for us. And here we are. So we have the tornado watch until 2 a.m. and several warnings, mostly because of hail at this point. But the night is young, unfortunately, in terms of severe weather. So we just want you to be prepared, and we'll keep you up to date as the night goes on.
Hey, Brandon, I actually have something pulled up. Can we take the two-shot with the other monitor in place? I want to kind of show, I've been watching a lightning show atop our KY3 tower camera. Again, we're still talking about that storm that's in southern Polk County, south of Bolivar, but this is a live look at conditions as we point northeast towards downtown. And there's been, again, several lightning strikes there in and around the Ozarks. You can see that right there. And of course, it's going to die down as soon as I take the camera.
Exactly right, yeah.
But again, we've seen several cloud to ground lightning strikes within this supercell. And I think that that really shows just how strong the lightning and how strong the storm is, that even this far away from that parent supercell, again, we're talking probably a good 10, 20 miles there between Springfield and where the supercell is. We're still seeing quite a bit of that lightning even into downtown Springfield. So definitely don't go outside and try and look at it, at least out in the wide open, because again, we are looking at several lightning strikes. And of course, as Brandon has been telling you, those storms are pushing in from southeastern Kansas.
Yeah, right now the biggest hail, they've got penny-size hail in Bolivar. That was, let's see, 848. Okay, so you're into, let me get that silly warm front off there.
While you do, Brandon, the penny-size hail, that's a lot better than where we were when we started coverage this evening.
Yeah, we had baseball or bigger. So Bolivar, you just had the part of the cell go through, and move this back here, that sort of bright purple. It's not the only place we see hail, but the brighter the colors here, the heavier things we're hitting, the more radar information is bouncing back, or the radar pulses rather. And so this typically indicates pretty big hail. The penny-size hail in Bolivar very well could be this right here. So it's possible that we're looking at more like golf ball size hail when you get over here just south of Highway 32. And then this batch right here that's south of halfway and right about to run, let's see, this would be just to the north of Fair Grove, not too far. That hail may be about golf ball size hail as well. So I believe there's not been any indication from the Weather Service as to what their plan is here with this tornado warning, but golly, looking at that, I would imagine they're going to let that go. There's just no tight rotation on it. It's very broad. It's almost like, the storm it's not collapsed, but it is weakening and becoming more outflow dominant, I think. Now, it's still trying to chug along. It's kind of like the little blue engine that could, or thinks it can, but it's not posing an imminent threat in terms of a tornado based on the stuff we're seeing here on radar. And look, the thing is, we're still getting reports from a lot of folks, spotters. It's out in the dark now. And we've continued to see a lot of reports of funnel clouds or wall clouds or what have you. And to be quite frank, there's been a lot of that stuff with these storms. But even with all of that, none of it has produced any confirmation of a tornado. And I'm not saying that to discount all the warnings. What I'm telling you is there's a lot of funky looking stuff out there with these clouds that can hang down and these scud clouds that can look really dark and scary, but they don't necessarily mean you better run for the cellar. Now, if you're in a tornado warning, that's what we want you to do, but there is nothing here indicating right now that there's anything that's dangerous in terms of rotation. It's really broad and weak, but we still have some of these. Now, see, I say that, and then they reissue the tornado warning for that little thing right there, now going into southern Dallas County. So there's our answer, right? So let's take a look at it. This tornado warning is now going to extend into the northwest corner of Dallas County.
Webster.
I'm sorry, Webster County, yes. And then across the southern half of Dallas County. Buffalo is right on the edge of this warning. And it's still, like I said, it's broad, it's relatively weak, but there's enough there to say, you know what, if in a couple of scans it tightens up, by golly, there could be something. And we know this cell has had a history of some really big hail and tight rotation. So it's not dead yet, and it very well could be cycling to the point that it lowers its intensity a little bit and then it gains some strength. So look, it's going to have some big hail in it right there in that little cluster of purple there running right across Highway 65 here real shortly. And then that warning goes until, what time did they do that one until?
9:45.
All right.
And in terms of the hail, you're referencing, Brandon, with the heaviest or highest reflectivity cores, maybe golf ball size hail at the max with that.
I'm looking at some pictures that are coming in from emergency management.
I have hail pulled up over here on my screen. If we want to take my screen.
Yeah, what's our system suggesting, Garrett?
So I don't have any reports from the chat, but I am actively looking to query some of these hail numbers that the radar is estimating. I got to turn that box off up on top there. But again, it's definitely looking pretty strong and pretty intense there in terms of the hail. All right, here we go. The current radar estimate there is 2.1 inches, and that was as of 9:15, and the current time is, well, excuse me, that is when the warning expires. But again, 2.1 inch hail there right within that core, so very, very large hail. That is definitely close to golf ball, tennis ball sized hail. And I do want to put a track on it. Hey, Nick, how fast is this storm moving real quick?
Let me double check here. It's another crawler east of 25.
25 miles per hour. So they have slowed down quite a bit. Earlier, when we first came on at around 6:15 this evening, they were moving at 35 to 45 miles per hour. But again, broadly, this storm is moving off to the east-northeast. So that would put the strongest hail core into Foose by 9:01, into Spring Grove by 9:14, Long Lane at 9:32, and Cedar Ridge, if it holds together, which of course it has shown not too many signs of weakening, at least in terms of the hail, into Cedar Ridge by 9:35. And again, this tornado warning is in place for the western part of Polk County, most of Dallas County, and then also the northern part there of Webster County. So again, Lebanon, you're not included in this tornado warning, but again, it is generally moving off into your direction, but very, very slowly, albeit that. Do we have any reports?
We're just taking a thorough look at everything behind the scenes here, Garrett. Just more pictures coming in of, at the very least, scary or suspicious looking clouds. Let's see here. Some folks, for example, out in Webb City, ahead of that storm out in southeast Kansas, the FEMA shelters are starting to open up over there. That's from Webb City Emergency Management. Let's see here.
Well, Nick, maybe it might be a good time to remind everybody what to do when you take a break to look behind the scenes. Getting
Francis,
back on,
what do you want to remind
why don't we
for
go ahead
everybody?
and just remind everybody some good tips to share. If this tornadic activity continues, give the guys a break to be able to gather some more information and some data to get you that very latest. Here is a graphic that we like to share. In the green here, shaded, is a closet, hallway, stairs, bathroom, and naturally a basement if you've got one. Those are the safest areas to be in your home, the lowest levels if you can. Stay away from the outside areas of the home, especially those areas that have windows, the thin walls. You want to be the inside center of your home, again, on the lowest level possible. And certainly it's also a good time to maybe gather some blankets, some soft pillows, anything that you can to kind of shield yourself from flying debris. I know we've talked about it earlier, might sound a little silly, but a helmet, it is a good idea to have something that will protect your head. We've got some tips here in terms of tornado safety. Again, if you don't have a basement, a lot of tips include going to the smallest, most interior room in your home, a hallway, for example. Again, stay away from those windows, have those blankets and those pillows. And you want to stay away from things that catch fire, a fuse box or a hot water heater, things of that nature, in case things shift around and get a little unstable. And you want to make sure you have your phone charged and have that KY3 First Alert weather app handy, and a storm safety kit. Also, a good idea, a NOAA weather radio. It sounds a little old school. We've got batteries still out there that you could use to just simply use an old-fashioned radio to get that information should your cell phone die or you don't have any way of getting any up-to-the-date information. And then also designate a safe place for you and your family to gather, or maybe perhaps go there together. As Garrett said often, maybe a slumber party in the basement, stay together. But if you are separated, it's good to have a plan in place to designate an area in which you will all meet up. And certainly you want to make sure you take care of those pets as well, with leashes, food, things of the nature, everything in the kit. Again, some emergency meeting place areas. if you can, this might be the most extreme situation, but it is also recommended maybe to have an out-of-town location in case of an emergency. Again, that's a little extreme, but the point is communication, letting people know where you're at, and making sure you're all safe together. So with that said, gentlemen, do we have any other reports? I see Nick is standing by.
Yeah, and I'll take it from here from the meantime, Francis, and that was a great breakdown of just reminding everybody the simple, safest places you can go, and just to make sure out ahead of any of these storms, and even more that we might see off and on through the night, as long as you know where you're going to go, where your safe place is, and what you're going to do, and as long as you have ways of getting any information or warnings, you'll get through this night just fine. We'll be here through the course of the night until we can try to calm things down, hopefully by the morning drive. I'm zooming in because the northern half of the Ozarks, this is where the action has been this evening. We are down to just severe thunderstorm warnings clipping, or trying to depart rather, southeastern St. Clair, northern Cedar, northern Polk, much of Hickory County, and southern Benton County. But thankfully that has been on a gradual weakening trend. Still can't rule out some large hail, maybe on the average pushing golf ball size. And we are also watching, just out of suspicion, the backside of the storm approaching Camdenton, maybe close to Camdenton High School. Certainly does not look tornado warned right now, if I can say that correctly. As it continues eastward, the big batch of storms with that wall of wind that worked across the far northern Ozarks, that's essentially out of our area now, which is good. So for now, the main reason why we're still here, and we're going to stay here until either we hit the last expiration time of 9:45 with this tornado warning, or if it gets canceled, we're staying with you because of this storm skirting just to the south of southern half of Dallas County, and maybe getting not too far away from Phillipsburg and Conway. So let's go ahead and zoom in. Let's look at the latest on what this storm is doing. And you can see it is at least a double, if not a triple threat in terms of what the storm is capable of here. Within these really bright reflectivity cores coming from the radar, which is not too far to the south and west from the Springfield Airport, this is where your large hail is working just, and I mean just, to the south of Buffalo right now. That's what a lot of these storms have done tonight, by the way, especially over El Dorado Springs and other parts of the northern Ozarks. We have seen pictures of damage ranging from busted rear windshields on a couple of cars to reports of windows blown out from the hail, anywhere from golf ball size hail to almost 3 inches in diameter. You're talking almost softball size hail if you're getting hail like that. But with this latest storm, I don't think the hail is a tremendous issue, at least compared to where we started out this evening with. And despite those high reflectivity cores, this is what our tornado warned storm is still trying to do. Other than maybe a potential tornado right there, golf ball size hail as it continues moving east at 25. But let's get to the heart of the matter here. Zooming in for a tighter look, let's switch over to storm relative velocity, see if we are seeing anything really trying to spin up. And given how close we are to the radar site, this is going to be pretty close. And what's remarkable to me, unless there's a radar error of some sort, not seeing a lot stand out, but you could argue maybe northeast of Pleasant Hope, south of Buffalo, trying to approach, let's say close to the intersection of 65 and Missouri Highway 38. There's a little rotation here. It's not the strongest we've seen this evening or the night so far, but that is certainly one suspicious area that we're going to pay very careful attention to. And before I give you an updated storm track, I want to do one more time, see if we can just look at storm relative winds. And it is looking maybe just a little bit messy. Maybe there's just a quick little radar error because you see all these blues trying to show up here. That's what we call range folding. It's a broad term where the radar other times is having a hard time figuring out which way the winds are blowing and how strong they're blowing. Again, not uncommon for radars. Usually a little farther out you go with the beam, but this is going to be the area spin that we'll watch.
Hey Nick, I have an updated storm track if you want to take
I was about to do that, but if you got it, Garrett, take it.
We have, again, this is kind of that broad area of rotation that Nick was talking about. Again, not overwhelmingly tight and not overwhelmingly concerning, but I still do need you to get on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Spring Grove, this rotation will be getting close to you at around 9:16 if it holds on its current trajectory. Wall Street by 9:30, and this is also going to get very close. It is almost crossing Highway 65 just immediately south of Foos, probably just to the east of 65 right now. But again, this is still going to continue moving north and east into central parts of Hickory County, and then if it holds together, getting into parts of Webster County. So again, that is not super impressive rotation. It's definitely there nonetheless. It also could get very close to Ernestville by 9:35 this evening. So again, pretty broad rotation, but still something worth watching. I do want to provide a reset here as to what's going on broadly in the Ozarks. So we're down to 1 tornado warning tonight. We do still have several severe thunderstorm warnings. Osceola over to parts of Camden County. Camdenton, there does look like there is a hook or a notch on that storm that is rolling right over Camdenton. However, that storm not producing a tornado warning or a tornado because it is elevated in nature. And then, of course, just general severe thunderstorms further to the north. So beyond that point, we're still very concerned with these supercells as they push out of southeastern Kansas there and into our viewing area here over the next couple of hours. Because again, as we've been telling you, the environment south of this warm front, and especially south of I-44, is extremely unstable. It really has not had a lot of time, or it has not had any storms really work through it. So again, these storms are going to be moving into a very untapped environment. Nick, what do we have?
All right, you were referencing that storm that looked a little suspicious on reflectivity up in Camden County, Garrett, not too far away. Actually, maybe just to the north of Camdenton High School on the southeast corner of the intersection of 54 and Missouri 5, where 5 either takes you up to Sunrise Beach or again down south back toward Lebanon and Leclerc County and I-44. It looks a little suspicious, but this is not the classic rotational look that we have with this storm right now. I'd like to see the colors reoriented more with the beam, where you have maybe the reds here, the greens here, or vice versa. But this doesn't look like strong rotation right now. So for now, Camden County, you're okay. A severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless, but we're not dealing with a tornado warning right here. Now, Garrett was mentioning the other storms coming out of southeast Kansas. It's worth mentioning again for anybody just joining us and just getting a fresh look at what's going on here for the first time. Let me pan the radar into southeast Kansas, because again, this is the better environment for not only tornadic supercells, but these have produced some dangerous tornadoes. In fact, when this storm working toward Parsons or over Parsons, maybe near Oswego and working in the western Cherokee County, when this was back around Independence and Neodesha and even Cherryvale and Sedan, this at one time had a large, dangerous tornado with this. For at the last check that I've seen, reports from Wichita's Weather Service or the Weather Service in Springfield, I don't see a tornado in progress with this right now, but the Weather Service out of Caution and Springfield, they cover Cherokee County, and even though it's kind of rural between Joplin and Pittsburgh and Oswego, there are still populated towns out here. You've got the county seat of Columbus itself, right in the middle of the county. You've got Baxter Springs, you've got Galena, you also have Weir, Scammon, and not too far away, actually, from Kansas Crossing Casino before you work right into Crawford County. This is what's trying to work east and southeast as we go through the next few hours. If additional warnings get warranted down the line, they'll go through the rest of Cherokee County first, then parts of Jasper or Newton counties, and then if the warnings still want to continue down the line, this will be another good heads up for maybe southwestern Dade County, but Lawrence County and maybe Berry County. This is your heads up that these might be slow movers, but if things don't change and these come our way, these will be additional storms we'll watch as we go through the overnight. This storm near Bartlesville, if it takes more of a dive toward the southeast, I don't think it'll be a big problem for any of us for at least maybe 2, 3, 4 hours. But that's just down the line of what we need to keep a close eye on unless we get any new tornado warnings in the imminent area. But again, the main reason why we're still here is because of this guy. This is our remaining tornado warning, taking us until 9:45. Again, it's staying well to the north of Pleasant Hope. It is staying north of Marshfield, as that tornado warning does include the northwestern corner of Webster County. And then it's to the very far southern half, or southern third almost, of Dallas County. So I have not seen a lot of reports with this at last check, but before we check in elsewhere, let me see. I'm wondering if that storm is just restructuring again, at least on reflectivity, the structure not looking very conducive for a possible tornado, and storm relative velocities is just looking very messy from over here. And if I look at just velocities, even when you factor storm motion into place, you could maybe argue, let's say to the east of 65, and I need a quick refresher on what that road is coming to the east of 65. That's Missouri 38. Can we get a few more localized spots here? This helps a lot. All right, so we are zoomed in into the far southern parts of Dallas County. This is well south of Lewisburg, Urbana, and Buffalo. This is Missouri, U.S. Highway 65 rather. This is Missouri Highway 38. Where you get on the State Road F, that's where maybe we have a potential area of spin, at least based on how the wind tracker is picking up things right now. But even if we take that into perspective here, if I take that spot and switch over to correlation coefficient, this is not really screaming out like a lot of tornado debris here. And we've got several eyes on the Weather Service chats, reports from storm spotters, other crews keeping an eye on things. They have not really confirmed anything to be in contact with the ground, but this is still a storm that we're going to take seriously. As long as it has a tornado warning with it until 9:45, we are going to certainly stick through it with you until we can get this out of the picture. Brandon or Garrett, am I missing anything behind the scenes?
I was just thinking to myself, the hail south of Buffalo has got to be pretty good size. It really is showing signs of, at least on radar. I'm trying to see a picture here.
I've got
Francis has
pictures ready to go. Yeah,
Francis,
we do.
by all means,
we do.
give us an idea of what the storms have done.
We're getting a lot of pictures, of course, to the newsroom and through the app and through the website. And I wanted to share with you, as the guys were talking about those big, huge chunks of ice falling from the sky. Let's take a look at what some of them are actually looking like. This is from Stephanie Russell in Lockwood. This was just a little while ago. There's some here, little pieces, but what I want to show you is one that has a ruler. This is another big ball of ice here. This one you can see from Emily in El Dorado Springs. It's the size of the palm of her hand.
That could be easily tennis balls.
Yes, something like that. This one here with a little measuring tape from Alan Odell, again in Lockwood, almost about 2.5 inches in diameter. So certainly you don't want to go outside when the hail's coming. Like Brandon said earlier, let it fall first, safely retrieve a piece. But again, getting a lot of good pictures. Here's another one that's about a little over 2 inches in diameter. This is from Robin in Pomme de Terre.
In fact, both ruler shots there that you showed us, Francis, those are about hailstones the size of tennis ball or just short of baseball. So that's pretty nasty hail.
Right, and can be very damaging not only to property, but of course to yourself. So you want to, if you want to send your pictures to us, you most certainly can. Here is another one a little close up. It looks like they're gobs of ice that have just kind of formed together in one massive chunk. Again, if you've got the KY3 news app, weather app, you can upload those pictures even to our website. We'd love to share them. Guys, any more falling hail reports coming out from the area where the storm's hitting?
It would help if I flipped the switch on my microphone.
I've had that issue too.
We're going through pictures and email. And folks, if you're sending us a picture through the weather app, please make sure you tell us where it's from. I just got a picture of what is probably a little bigger than 2-inch hail, but it didn't have a location with it. It'd be real helpful to be able to tell people, hey, we know it's this big in this location. Otherwise, it's just a pretty picture. So I'm guessing it may be from this storm going into Dallas County right now, but I don't know that for sure. So please, if you're submitting a picture through the weather app, let us know where it's from. If you have your location enabled, it'll tag the location for us, but if you don't, then we need you to just tell us. And it would be helpful for you to just put that in there anyway. But that storm in Dallas County that does still have a tornado warning on it is producing what looks to be some pretty good size hail. So be aware of that. It's going to be moving east, likely just south of Buffalo, but just north of Buffalo they had dime size hail. So that tells you it's throwing some ice pretty far out there.
It absolutely is, Brandon. I was worried for a second there. I forgot my mic as well. But it was on, so I can take over for a few more minutes here. I'm just continuing to look at other reports coming in behind the scenes. A 911 call center around, let's see, saying around Douglas County, but maybe that was for a different storm. Not sure how that's lining up. Oh, never mind. That was from a while ago. So my apologies there. That's the data feed channel from the Weather Service catching up on things. In terms of other recent reports, I have not seen a whole lot coming through. And what's encouraging is that even though it's pretty much dark o'clock, or bottom line after sunset, we have not had a lot of tornado reports, which is good. All that has been staying out in southeast Kansas and Oklahoma, northeast Oklahoma, where again we expected the worst of the tornado threat, the highest tornado threat to be, but it's almost becoming countless, or I've lost count already of how many large hail reports that we've gotten, some damage from these storms, even if they weren't caused by tornadoes. So what we're going to do here, again, we're going to hold on to this tornado warning and stay with you. Hopefully we can get a break by about 9:45 and at least get you up to speed on KY3 News on KSPR coming up at 10 o'clock if Mother Nature gets the hint and lets us catch a breather and get you up to date on other news. But any storms around Camdenton, Lake of the Ozarks, and the northeastern Ozarks. In fact, that severe storm that was over at Camden County looks like they've either let it expire or it just canceled, since that's falling apart now, or a lot weaker than it has been. So that's certainly good news. We'll keep an eye on these other storms trying to fire up around the Truman Lake area, Nevada, north of Osceola. So we still have our active tornado warning. For now, though, it's behaving, which is good. But still, enough spin with that storm keeps it in place for southeastern Polk, southern Dallas, and extreme northwestern Webster for another 27 minutes. Areas to the south of I-44, count your blessings that you haven't had anything so far yet, because these storms in the northern Ozarks, again, widespread reports of large hail around El Dorado Springs. With the storms earlier, they've blown out a number of homes, windows, especially due to the large hail. And then we're going to deal with these trying to work out of southeast Kansas. But if there's anything encouraging, the Weather Service let go of their tornado warning for Labette County with this storm that wants to approach the western Ozarks within the next few hours. They've gone ahead and mainly letting severe thunderstorm warnings take over. So hopefully this is a sign that whatever was trying to spin up a dangerous tornado deeper into southeast Kansas, that storm has lost some of that oomph, if you will. And downstream from that, working toward areas, in fact, we can zoom in a little bit tighter here. Even though this is outside of our viewing area, it's what Brandon and I have said, and Garrett as well. Any storms out in southeast Kansas we'll have to watch. This is safely looking a little bit better. You can see how the large hail goes from Centerville over to Parsons, and then picking back up close to Weir, Scammon, well to the south of Girard and southwest of Pittsburgh in southeastern Kansas. But if I were to look at the velocities inside that storm, now as I do that, I will say it's going to pick up on the radar from Tulsa, which is quite a ways out.
Nick.
But that storm is just looking rather messy right now, and hopefully that is letting the tornado trend weaken a little bit with that storm. Yes, Gary, what did you have?
I have an updated tornado track for that tornado warning that is in part of southern, I believe, Dallas County now. It is completely crossed out of Polk County, so Polk County, you can come out of your tornado shelter. But again, this is that broad rotation that we are looking at that is now just to the east of Foose. Now, again, it's not particularly strong, but very quickly we've seen these storms tighten up very quickly. So Long Lane, I need you in that tornado safe space. It'll be on your doorstep by 9:42, into Cedar Ridge by 9:45, and then into Cappyville by 10:07 tonight. So again, this is going to continue to move further to the north and to the east. Lebanon, you're not included, but again, this area of rotation, while it has weakened a bit, it is going to continue off in that general direction towards Lebanon. So it might not be a bad idea if you live in Lebanon to think about maybe where you would go during a tornado, especially if it takes you a few minutes to drive to that tornado safe space. Maybe you live in a mobile home or you live in an RV. Again, if you have to drive to your nearest safe space, it's not a bad idea considering that this storm has consistently further back to the west. Nick, what do we have?
I'm just taking just a quick little break here behind the scenes, Garrett, but what we can do is, again, just another broad overview of where we stand right now. And in fact, I think I can go back on the map here if this will let me. I see why you were having some difficulties here, Brandon. This computer's been a little fussy this evening. But, all right, here is where we stand right now. I'm going to take off the radar, even though it may not be the cleanest look, and let's just break down the bigger picture. And taking off that toolbar, if I can, but it doesn't want to, so let's just stick with it this way. For a lot of the Missouri Ozarks, it's been quiet throughout the day. But once we got into mid to late afternoon, we had the first tornado watch go out for areas along in west of US 65 and along in north of I-44, taking us until 11 o'clock. But not too long ago, the tornado watch was expanded in area and time to not only cover all the Missouri Ozarks, but to take us until 2 a.m. because of additional storms that we're expecting to keep on firing up out along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line, and they'll eventually want to march generally toward the east as time goes on. But if we were to go back to the radar picture, and if I can get that toolbar to disappear for a brief moment, you can see again, we are starting to drop off on a number of warnings here, which is a really good trend to see. But in terms of what's on the board, this storm in eastern, I believe, Marys and western Miller County, or maybe a flip-flop of the two, this is a ball of wind and hail, maybe pushing quarter-size hail, maybe up to 1.5 inches in diameter. But let's do a fresh query to see what that particular storm is doing. No more than quarters, and thankfully this will continue moving on generally toward the east, so that's going to continue to take it out of the Ozarks, and as long as it stays north of Phelps County for the time being, we're not going to be too concerned about this one. That being said, we have just a quick tour of the radar. Other thunderstorms trying to flare up. Nothing looks immediately suspicious right now, but this is additional storms over areas that saw the first go of rough storms early this evening and even late this afternoon, stretching again from about Clinton around Missouri Highway 13 in Henry County and arcing back just to the east of Mount Pleasant and Osage. I do want to double check to make sure there's nothing suspicious with that storm to the east of Osage. So as long as we're all here, let's make sure we don't have anything else trying to spin up right away and knocking on the door. That being said, I'm looking a little bit suspicious now. It's not the tightest signature, but with this storm, with some, at least a little bit of spin, west of Rockville, northeast of Papenville, however you want to say that town, south of Pleasant Gap, I want to track that just to give everyone a heads up if this tries to strengthen and maybe move back into St. Clair County, especially to the north and west of Osceola. Well, I was going to do so. The system was locking up on here, but let's take a fresh look at things that the system will just let me get back to the radar. And what we're going to do here, apologies for rough navigation of the radar or the map here. But what I want to do is see, in general, how this has been tracking. Maybe a bit to the east-northeast. And given how slow the other storms have been, let's just give a general heads up if this continues east-northeast at about 25. So with this storm, there's no official warning with it, but since it's trying to develop again and it looks just a little bit suspicious, let's just give you an early heads up around Appleton City by 9:27, Fairview by 9:58, Lowry City by 10:09, then there's Leesville at 10:29, Racket at 10:36, and let's hope it weakens before it gets to Warsaw, but if it's still coming your way, it should be there by about 10:55. Let's go back to our current tornado warned storm to get a fresh look at everything. And at least with this update, Polk County, you are out of this tornado warning now. You'll still have the backside of the cell producing some rain and maybe the smaller end of the large hail, at least maybe quarter to maybe ping pong ball size. But the worst of the hail is working over Buffalo now. If there was going to be any area of spin, it might be just to the south of Buffalo. In fact, let's do another quick storm track, and actually first, double check on velocities. Gotta say, Garrett, if you don't mind, like a second set of eyes here, I'm looking at the storm relative winds coming out of Springfield with that tornado warned storm. I'm not seeing a lot standing out. What about you on your end?
I do not see a whole lot standing out on my end over here. If we can take my computer, I will go ahead and zoom in here. There might be a little bit of range folding in here. So again, just to the east of Foose, we may just be seeing some of that weaker rotation, but it has not been as intense as it has been at other points later or earlier on this evening. But there is another storm that I do want to investigate. It is up further to the north, northern Polk County. I do want to switch it back to the regular radar mode. I apologize for a little bit of a rough navigation of the radar, but again, we're starting to see just a little bit of an appendage hang down just to the east of Humansville. And again, there's some broad rotation, not anything that is immediately concerning. The storm also may be elevated because it is north of the warm front, but again, starting to see a little bit of that notch form just to the east of Humansville in far northern Polk County, right there on the Hickory Polk County line. I do want to investigate that a little bit in terms of our velocity, so we'll switch it over to the winds, or to the velocity mode. Again, not immediately concerning, but again, close to Rondo, just to the east of Rondo, looking like a little bit of broad rotation within that thunderstorm. Certainly something that we're going to have to watch very closely, but this rotation now definitely looks like it has gotten a little bit more organized south and east of Buffalo. This is probably one of the more impressive scans that we've seen over the last little bit in terms of the velocity signature. Let's switch it over to reflectivity and see exactly what's going on within this storm, because again, it may, but again, it just doesn't look too impressive on reflectivity. What do you have, Nick or Brandon?
Let's see here. I'm looking at that spot too, Garrett, and maybe it might be trying to tick back up just a little bit, but so far, not seeing any imminent reports to suggest something really bad is happening with that for now, which is good. With that said, let me go back to reflectivity to once again do a quick double check of everything. Sorry, my mind's wandering off a little bit. I do apologize for that, but something a little bit to be expected since we've been on the air since about 6 o'clock this evening. And again, we apologize for that, but it's to keep everybody safe as long as we have active tornado warnings in progress here. Right now, I'm looking at the storm across southeast Kansas. I'm trying to approach Cherokee County. I have not seen a lot of extra reports coming from that. It certainly looked a lot more nasty when it was working away from Labette County, let's say Neosho County, and then especially it improved a lot since it had a large dangerous tornado about a few hours ago when this was back near Cherryvale. But the storm not putting any warnings out for the far western Missouri Ozarks just yet, but again, that's something we're watching. Haven't heard a lot from Tulsa about the tornado warning storm near Bartlesville. Hopefully they're indicating that, trying to turn a little more to the right and take it southeast, and hopefully staying away from our parts of the Ozarks as well. So unless things change, it's 9:30 now. If nothing else happens, we could be wrapping up coverage temporarily, or at the very least giving us a chance to take a breather once we get to about the expiration time of 9:45. But like we've seen many times here over the years across the Ozarks, a lot can happen within just 5, 10, 15 minutes time. Yes, Gary, go ahead. Oh, is your mic on, Garrett?
On. There we go.
got you now.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
we can.
Okay. So that tornado warning has now been expanded. Again, there are reports coming in the National Weather Service chat that there is a tornado on the ground just to the east of Oswego, and it definitely, with that radar scan, you can kind of see a little bit of an inflow notch there just to the east of Oswego, very close to Columbus. Again, we're kind of far away from the radar, but to me, upon initial analysis, it does look like we have a little bit of a hook echo forming in there. So again, this is going to stay out of the Ozarks for the next couple of hours, but just know if you live south of 44, definitely be on alert tonight, as we do have those supercells immediately to our west. Nick?
That's an interesting development. In fact, I'm seeing that storm report as well, Garrett. And if you don't mind, folks, I want to zoom back into that tornado warning storm where, again, we do not cover southeast Kansas, but this is a setup where anything that comes out of southeast Kansas, unless things change and unless this weakens, this could be a problem for some of us. What has happened is, unfortunately, I think the inflow coming into the storm has picked up, and as Garrett was pointing out, it was actually, I think it was Columbus Fire out in Cherokee County that reported a tornado in progress again near Oswego. That's right on the Labette-Cherokee County line, and as soon as you cross into Cherokee County, Weather Service in Springfield takes over. That's why they put out this tornado warning. And I'll tell you, if you know anybody out in southeast Kansas, we're talking about areas north of Columbus, maybe Lawton, small little community of Lawton, coming up near Weir, Scammon, and it's almost working in the Crawford County too. So it's not too far to the southwest of Pittsburgh and maybe Kansas Crossing Casino. That shows you how close this tornado warning is. But that's something that we need to watch closely. And if anything, the lightning on that, it is really picking up. So there's probably a lot of a vigorous motion in the storms, whether it's vigorous rotation or another vigorous updraft. Let's see, and it looks as though, unfortunately, the Weather Service out of Springfield is in the process of taking this tornado warning, showing some signs of rotation to the southeast of Buffalo, and they are going to put out a new warning for this, and there it is, although it's quite a deviation from its normal easterly movement. So if anything, maybe this northeasterly movement is trying to suggest that either the winds aloft are trying to steer this more toward the northeast, maybe coming close to areas along 64, let's say between Lebanon and about Lewisburg, or maybe this is a stage where if there was any rotation, it's strong enough that it's actually trying to pull itself back in and maybe cutting off any inflow or circulation. But nonetheless, this is unfortunately another tornado warning that will keep us on here for longer, but it is to keep everybody safe in this tornado warning polygon. In fact, I thought I pulled up the right query box, but since we are here, let me make sure I get the right information displayed on here. So, the Weather Service out of Springfield, forgot who was at the warning desk, but they have been doing a diligent job picking up on all these storms this evening and into tonight. They have extended another tornado warning with this one, taking it from Buffalo from central and eastern Dallas County. And this is going to be pretty close to Lebanon, maybe on the north and west sides of town, maybe not too far from Lebanon High School as it works into western Laclede County. And this is going to take us until 10:15. And like the other storms, the reflectivity on this one's trying to pick up a little bit more, so maybe 2-inch diameter hail. And just for giggles, Brandon, if you don't mind, I know that with 2-inch diameter hail, there's always a discrepancy about what to classify that as. It's like hen egg or some sort of
Oh, that'd be a
hail
good question.
sizes.
I know 2.5 is tennis ball.
1.75 is golf balls.
Yeah, and we've never really, I don't know what it is. Hen egg sounds about right, though.
Yeah, hen egg sounds about right. We got plenty of people out here familiar with hen egg, so that's a really good comparison. But at least hen egg size hail or 2-inch diameter size hail, whatever you want to call it, this is a lot better than the tennis ball. It's a almost baseball size hail that we had with the storms in the far northern Ozarks not too long ago. But since this is a new tornado warning, let's make sure that we take a thorough investigation.
Hey Nick, I have the velocity pulled up on my
I was about to pull it up, and yeah, go ahead, Garrett, take it, because that has really flared up.
Okay, we're back on my screen here. So again, Brandon and I were kind of talking about this behind the scenes just a second ago. And what seems to have happened is that parent mesocyclone, which is of course responsible for producing the wall clouds, also responsible for producing funnel clouds, and of course tornadoes, has really started to spin up and tighten once again. So we've seen these storms kind of cycle and tighten up again and then weaken and then tighten up. So what we're seeing is that tighten up just southwest of Buffalo. So again, this has really gotten healthy over the last couple of minutes. And as this continues pushing further to the north and to the east, this is going to put it into Windyville by 9:51, and then into Elridge by 10:22 this evening, and then into Bidwell by 10:30 if it holds together. Again, this is broadly moving further to the north and to the east, and what it kind of looks like if I switch it back over to the reflectivity mode here on the normal radar, again, it doesn't look overly impressive, but because what we're looking at here is a parent mesocyclone, it does look like this is starting to intensify just south of Buffalo. So if you're in Buffalo, I really think you need to get into your tornado safe space. And I wouldn't be surprised here if in the next couple of minutes we start to see this storm take on the appearance of a hook, because we kind of have a hole there, almost like a donut. But again, that is all the parent mesocyclone. And like I said, I would not be surprised if we don't start to see a classic supercell looking hook as this thing continues to move off towards the north and towards the east. So again, updated radar scan there, not overly concerning, but you can kind of tell how the storm is rotating with the inflow coming in this way, really starting to get its act together. So I really want you in Cedar Ridge, Buffalo, Plaid, over to Corky, maybe the west side of Lebanon, to go ahead and get into that tornado safe space. Lebanon proper, you're not included in this tornado warning if you're hearing the sirens go off, but parts of Laclede County are. Nick, are we seeing anything in the chat?
I'm keeping an eye on the chat, referring to the Cherokee County storm out in southeast Kansas, based on how they did confirm a tornado around Oswego. They're updating that tornado warning to confirm, but again, right now, that's mainly for the Joplin television market. But if we actually could, if one of our directors back there would be kind enough to pretty please take our camera full, because what I have pulled up, actually one of our weather cameras, this is actually from Lebanon. This is at the one of the 44 exits just off of Mercy Hospital. This exit, Garrett, is not too far to the east and northeast of the Missouri 5 exit. That would be Jefferson Avenue in town. And what I've been doing behind the scenes here is I'm just slowly wandering that camera toward the western horizon, southwestern horizon. If we have a chance to see anything out of it, it's going to be from this camera in Lebanon. But for now, all it's showing is quite a bit of lightning on the western horizon there. And this may not be a bad idea for anybody maybe running along 44th or getting off taking either Missouri 32 or Highway 64 going out of Lebanon toward the northwestern parts of Laclede County. If you know anybody on those roads, you might want to tell them to play it safe, find a sturdy shelter nearby, whether it's maybe a motel, hotel, gas station, restaurant, convenience store, or maybe a grocery store if they're still open. Let them take you in until about 10:15 when we can get this storm away from that warned area. So for now, Garrett, I'm watching that behind the scenes, and I'm hearing from Frances. She has something to chime us in.
Yeah, it's probably a good time just to remind everybody, as we're talking about going to our tornado safe spaces, a lot of people no longer have basements or never had a basement. So what can you do in this type of situation? If you don't have one, the small interior of your room, like a hallway, a bathroom, somewhere, a walk-in closet, somewhere that doesn't have windows around it, the center part of your house on the lowest level possible. That's what's recommended. You want to stay away from those, again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Grab some pillows and some blankets. I know it might sound a little strange, but it helps to absorb some maybe flying debris and the shock. You just kind of use it to protect yourself. Another tip, bicycle or motorcycle helmet. Again, it might sound a little bit strange, but I didn't believe that it was worth that, and I did end up investing in one, believe it or not, when I moved to the Ozarks. So just in case, you want to make sure you protect your head, using that helmet certainly will help. You want to stay away from anything that can catch fire, such as a fuse box or a water heater. Again, with debris flying, things could get dangerous, and you want to make sure you stay away from those outlets or those types of those dangerous situations. Most importantly, grab your phone and your tablet and make sure you've got the KY3 First Alert Weather app downloaded. It's going to have a lot of good information that you're going to need to stay safe. You can have that or add that to your storm safety kit. Again, Garrett has mentioned maybe some thicker soled shoes. Keep those shoes handy. Maybe some long pants just in case. Anything you can do to make sure that you stay safe once the storm has passed. But again, you don't have to have a basement to stay safe. Just get to that lowest part of your home, away from all those windows, guys.
Yeah, and Francis, I mean, in addition to that, you also want the shoes because we're dealing with some very, very, very large hail within these storms. And oftentimes, I mean, we've seen pictures of it all over the National Weather Service chat. You've showed it a lot on Facebook of hail damaging the siding and the windows on homes. So even if you're not in a tornado warning, let's say you're in a severe thunderstorm warning for hail like this, and this is within a tornado warning, of course, that can break windows, and of course you don't want your kids or your pets walking around on the glass, and maybe even some debris that comes in with some of those winds. So while we're on the subject of hail, I am going to query some of these numbers here. And again, we do have the tornado warnings on, so let me clear that box off really quick. Let me clear that. There we go. Let's try and clear. Nope, it won't clear. It's not going to cooperate for me. Anyway, we have 2.2-inch hail. It looks like within the radar estimate there on the west side there of Cedar and in between Cedar and Buffalo. So outside of any tornado threat, we are looking at very, very large hail between 1.5 and 2 inches. Of course, that's what this tornado warning also includes, is that very, very large hail risk as well. So again, this is going to continue moving off to the north and east. So let's clear off these boxes and let's track the hail. I believe the storm is moving quite slowly at around 25 miles per hour, but I'm going to do a little bit of a broad storm track here. To the north and to the east.
Yeah, based on how that polygon was drawn, Garrett, it's moving more northeast now, but like you said, still moving slow at about 25 miles per hour.
So that heaviest of hail core, that is going to put it into Windyville by 9:43, and it is 9:42 right now. So Windyville, if it's not on top of you right now, it's going to start in probably 30 seconds to a minute. Corky, that is going to be on you by 9:52, into Elridge by 10 p.m., Decaturville by 10:08 if it holds together. Again, some of these communities are outside of the tornado warning, but I mean, we've been with this same storm even after it came out of parts of Dade County, Greene County, through Polk County, and now we are into parts of Dallas County and even parts of Laclede County near Carroll Junction. You're not immediately included in this tornado warning or in the strongest portion of this storm, but again, that very, very, very dangerous hail is going to move further to the north and east. I do understand that Nick has a new warning to pass along. What can you tell us?
And unfortunately, Garrett, it's another new tornado warning. And it's for a storm that I gave an early heads up on because it looked a little suspicious when it was working away from I-49 from Mount Pleasant and Osage. It's now prompted yet another tornado warning. This is for the northern third of St. Clair County. This is going to be from about Osceola northward. So let's get the details on that, and then we'll go back to bouncing back and forth between these two storms. At the very least, these tornado warning storms, giving them equal time. But the fresh look at the information on this tornado warning is going to take us until 10:30.
So
right now, though,
this
storm is not looking very impressive in terms of the hail perspective. You might argue in the northwestern corner, maybe near Appleton City, maybe quarter-size hail, but we are going to see maybe a little bit of a spin up. So let's go in for a tighter look. I'll clear off that tornado warning alert ticker, and we'll go in a little bit tighter. You can see on the reflectivity, it does look a little bit more suspicious, but that tornado threat looking to stay south of Appleton City around the small community of Lindale. And this is actually a good idea to show you who's in and who's out of the tornado warning, because if you don't recall, a little while ago, we went away from warning entire counties for tornado warnings. If it's only impacting or affecting a small part of the county. But this is your tornado warning polygon.
Hey, Nick.
Appleton City, Lindale. Yes, Garrett?
Can we just go full really quick?
Yeah, let's go back over to Garrett.
I have seen a huge surge in this rotation. This is probably some of the best rotation we've seen all night, and that's because this storm is now on the south side of that warm front. We are looking at, let me back it up one scan here, because again, this thing could have just very quickly produced or spun up and produced a funnel cloud or gotten very, very close to producing a tornado. Let me back it up for the last 15 minutes because I want to show you just how well defined this most recent or this previous velocity scan was. Right here, notice the in and outbound gate-to-gate shear levels.
Wow.
112 miles per hour. So that is more than likely, I would say, based on how tight that rotation is. Again, if that's not producing a tornado, it got very, very close just to the north and east of Cloverdale in parts of rural Dallas County. So again, very impressive gate-to-gate shear there, indicative that we likely did see a brief spin up. And while we're on the subject, let's just check the debris tracker kind of in the same general area. It does look like we do see some level of a correlation coefficient drop.
It's close, but I would not be shocked.
That's not a if that is a debris ball, this is not a well-defined debris ball, or a debris signature as we call it. But again, based on how tight that rotation is, I would not hesitate to get into your tornado safe space. So again, this is...
I'll tell you what, Garrett, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if you don't mind giving us another quick storm track with that one, and I'll draw out the storm track for the St. Clair tornado warning.
And that's exactly what I was about to do. So again, this is your correlation coefficient drop. This is, again, and that's just a very, very mature and fancy way of saying this is a debris signature. A tornado has picked something up. Again, the radar scans in two different ways. It scans horizontally and as well as vertically. And when the radar tells that it's not hitting anything that is rain or the same kind of target, whether that be rain, hail, snow, what have you, it does a correlation coefficient drop and it drops the return off. So again, that is a really good indication that we may have seen a brief tornado touchdown just to the south or just to the south and east or almost directly due east of Buffalo. So again, I now need you to take this a little bit more seriously across central Dallas County, as we do have, it looks like maybe a weak tornado that possibly formed quite quickly. I am going to turn off this box here on the side, get rid of that panel if it will let me get rid of it.
Anywhere on that first alert weather logo there, Garrett, that should take it off for you.
Well, anyway, this is going to continue on its northeastern trajectory. Platt, I need you in that tornado safe space. Windyville, I need you on that in that tornado safe space. Again, if it takes you a minute to get into that tornado safe space, let's say you live in a mobile home or in a camper, now is the time to get out of that and go to your tornado safe space. Corky, that is also going to get very close to you, and then into Prospain as well. Elridge, if it holds together, it could get very close to Missouri Route. I believe that is Missouri Route 3 or Missouri Route 5.
Let's see.
Missouri
Well, that
Route
rotation
5.
is working away from 32. That's going to eventually cross 64 between Lebanon and Lewisburg. So those are the main routes over there. And while we're here, I drew on the storm track for the northern St. Clair tornado warning storm, which again doesn't look very strong right now. But Iuka Springs at 10:03, Chalk Level by 10:28, Lowry City by 10:40, Nenaska Park at 10:59, and Iconium, you had storms earlier, but if it survives on the easterly journey at 15 miles per hour, if it can survive that long, it'll be near you by 11:24. Now, I am getting a report from one of the ham radio monitors out in the Weather Service chat, and actually from Emergency Management in Texas County. They're getting reports that storm sirens are going off in Houston and still trying to figure out why. But if anyone's concerned about storms in Texas County, let's just take care of that right now. there is really nothing in terms of storms or severe weather at all going on around Houston or for the entirety of Texas County. This might be a little bit of light rain to the northeast of town, to the northeastern corner of the county, but as far as anything nasty, anything strong, anything severe, we're not seeing that in Texas County right now, so we're looking okay here. But I just saw that come up from the emergency management out in Texas County. Just wanted to clear the air with that. And even behind the scenes, Garrett, that storm knocking on the door of Joplin, they're going confirmed with that tornado warning, and they're going considerable with that potential damage. So, man, it would be nice if we get a little bit of a break once this tornado warning expires, and if this tornado warning can die off by the time we get to about 10:30, because those storms out in the far southeastern corner of Kansas, knocking on the door of Joplin, this is still producing some nasty stuff, and we're hoping that this can die down so we can at least get a little bit of a breather, and you all can get a bit of a breather as we continue, hopefully just off and on throughout the rest of the night. But if there's anything else that's good, Garrett, I'm seeing that storm near Bartlesville to the north, that's looking a lot weaker. That's certainly good, but in terms of what we'll have to really watch, something that you, Brandon, and I pointed out, it's going to be this supercell in Cherokee County. We'll see how the Weather Service handles warnings downstream for, at the very least, Jasper and maybe Newton counties as time goes on. Because goodness knows, and I've lived there for 11 years just about, they know how bad it can get down there.
Yes, they do, Nick, and I do have a storm track pulled up behind me, and I don't want you to take this as law or exactly what is going to happen. However, there has been considerable rotation all the way back. This is a classic long track supercell that you see in a meteorology textbook. It has been on the ground producing tornadoes for hours today. So again, and it's moving into an environment that, I mean, south of I-44, really, we have not seen any storms form. So we have the best instability south of I-44 tonight, and we're also seeing a lot of wind shear because the low-level nocturnal jet is really ramping up, and that's a fancy way of saying there's a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. So again, that rotation, if it holds on its current trajectory, we're looking at this getting into Joplin here in about the next 45 minutes. It is moving very, very slowly. They've just issued a flash flood warning there. But again, we're going to give you that first alert heads up if you live in Mount Vernon and it maybe takes you 10, 20 minutes to get to that tornado safe space. Don't wait for your phone to go off. Don't wait to hear the tornado sirens. Maybe go ahead and sleep there tonight. I know that it might not be comfortable, but again, this thing has shown no signs of slowing down, possibly into Aurora, say a little after midnight, kind of the same situation for Mount Vernon. If it kind of takes a little bit more of a northeasterly trajectory, we could see that into Red Oak by 11:38 tonight, maybe even into southern Dade County, kind of around that same 11:30 midnight tonight. And then if it still holds together on almost a due eastern trajectory, we could see this impact parts of western Greene County as well as western Christian County. So again, this is your first alert heads up that broadly between Joplin all the way over to maybe the 65 corridor, this storm is going to be on our doorstep here in the next couple of hours. And again, it has showed no signs of slowing down. And as Nick just said, this tornado warning here has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning, meaning that there is a tornado on the ground and it is doing lots of damage. And it also is posing a considerable risk to human life and property. Nick?
All right, we're going to redirect our focus to the current tornado warning in our part of the Ozarks, at least two of them. The one in northern St. Clair County, we'll touch base on that again in a moment, but the last I looked at the rotation on that, not looking terribly impressive right now. But what we've been keeping an eye on is the storm working across Dallas County and now working northeastward into the northwestern kind of corner, if you will, of Laclede County. And I got to say, maybe the inflow is messing up the storm structure again. Doesn't look like the classic supercell look compared to the storm that's out in southeast Kansas. But if we were to go in for a tighter look and see how storm relative velocities are looking, well, for a while it looked a little impressive, but this might be the area of spin that looks considerably weaker now, which is good, which continues to take it away from Buffalo to the northeast, away from US 65 and north of Missouri Highway 32. But if that continues onward, it'll try to cross over Missouri Highway 64 east of Lewisburg, around Plaid, close to Windyville, as Garrett pointed out. And then there you go with 64A, maybe getting close actually to Bennett Springs State Park. So I've seen the outdoor warning sirens out at the park over there, but if you know anybody that happens to be at the state park, the campgrounds, or if they're just out and about nearby, make sure that they have the heads up and that they are in a sturdier shelter. I'm sure that the campgrounds have proper shelters for them to take place in. And still, with even that latest sweep coming in from the radar, this is still looking very messy here, or at least a lot weaker than it has been. So with that said, I want to get a fresh look at a storm. Yeah, go ahead,
some
Francis.
Some pictures of some hail, because give people an idea of what they can expect on a very tangible level, right? We can't see the rain and the wind, but you certainly can see this hail. And as Garrett mentioned earlier, he saw some reports of up to 2 inches in diameter. This is from Stephanie Russell in Lockwood. Again, this was earlier this evening as the storm first rolled into town. I want to show you some here, though. This one looks like, this is from Emily in El Dorado Springs. The palm of her hand is covered, and I think we agreed that that was roughly about a tennis ball size,
yes.
right, guys?
Yep,
yeah, tennis ball size hail there at its largest. If we go a few more pictures back here, again, this is Allen and Lockwood. You can see it's about 2.5 inches in diameter. Again, a cluster of ice formed around that softball size, or that tennis ball size hail. Damaging. It certainly would hurt, obviously, if you were hit by it. Here is another one. This is from Pomme de Terre Lake. It's about almost 2.5 inches in diameter. Again, really thick pieces of ice that have come in earlier this evening through the storm. Now, if you want to share your pictures with us, you certainly can. Go through the KY3 weather alert app there. You can also do it on our website. You want to make sure, as Brandon mentioned earlier, if you've been with us, put the location so we have an idea of where this is. We can kind of follow along with the report. So very important that when you do upload these pictures to include that information. Garrett?
Yeah, we always want to see, like you said, Francis, the location not only of your hail reports, but of everything you're seeing, whether that be wind damage or whether that be a report of maybe a funnel cloud. Now, I've circled 3 little weak couplets of rotation, and this is for our tornado warning that I believe is in far northern Cedar County. This, again, it's fairly broad, but again, 3 little areas of rotation there concerned with the potential for some strong to severe storms. This is St. Clair County. These areas of rotation, again, Osceola, get on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. That strongest area of rotation is almost moving due east, so that will be near you by 10:09 into Chalk level at 10:01 into the community of Chalk level, 10:01 p.m. And then as it advances further to the east, again, into parts of the northern part of Hickory County here, and as well as the southern part of Benton County, maybe under the gun here for our next tornado warning. Hey, Nick, how's that Lebanon storm looking?
In terms of the rotation here, Garrett, it's not looking too impressive for now. In fact, quite frankly, it's getting a little hard to find, even when you look at reflectivity or the velocities, which is good. Hopefully, a big reorganization of the cell is killing off the tornado threat, at least temporarily. But what the Weather Service has also done is they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern flank of this. This might be another area we may have to watch for a little bit of spin, but this is still in general working to the northeast anywhere from 15 to 25 miles per hour. So when you encompass both of these warnings and take them generally to the northeast, Caffeyville by 10:08, in fact, we're almost coming up across at 10 o'clock right now on this late Sunday night. Lebanon at 10:20, Carroll Junction at 10:31, and then if warnings need to go out for Pulaski County, this will be near Stoutland by 10:49, Brownfield by 10:57, Richland by 11:08, and then after that, if you're watching us around Waynesville, St. Robert, Fort Leonard Wood, maybe eventually down the line close to Dixon and northeastern Pulaski County. I've got some family friends out there. There's a heads up that you'll want to keep an eye on this storm, no matter if it becomes tornado tornado or severe storm warned if warnings need to go out for other parts of Laclede and Pulaski County. Right now, still not too impressed with the rotation on that, at least on last check. But what I want to quickly do here is zoom in for a little tighter look. And in fact, I remember Garrett saying maybe a couple weak spots along the line, and indeed there might be a couple, but it's not looking very impressive. Maybe one to the south of Iuka Springs, one to the southeast of Rockville, east of Bacon, but this is generally, again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and the potential is still there that maybe you can get a spin-up tornado out of this. But in terms of when this tornado warning expires, we'll pull up the query one more time to give everybody a refresher. That will take us until 10:30. But again, even though we are first and foremost focused on the 2 tornado warnings in progress in our parts of the Ozarks right now, this one for northern St. Clair, the other one working across central, northeastern Dallas, northwestern Laclede County, again, not too far away from Bennett Springs State Park. These are what will keep us on the air here for at least another half hour. Then we're going to have to deal with that because, again, even though we are not covering that storm so much right now, that's over in the Joplin-Pittsburgh television market, it is a mess with this storm. This hatch look to the tornado warning out here is for a tornado that is in all likelihood in progress, maybe producing considerable damage. This looks like a mess on reflectivity, but if you know folks around, again, Columbus, Lawton, Weir, Scammon, down toward Galena, Kansas, Riverton, Kansas, down to about Baxter Springs, this is where we ask that if you know anybody out there, please give them a call and tell them that they have to be in a safe place. And then, by the same token, if you know anybody out in Carl Junction, there's Waco, Asbury, Webb City, maybe over to Carthage, and I hate to say it, but even Joplin. If you know anybody out there, call them, tell them to turn on the TV stations over there, and keep a close eye on this storm, because based on how this is going, in all likelihood, I would be shocked if we didn't see a tornado warning go out for at least Jasper County, if not maybe a little bit of Newton County right now. Garrett, did you have anything new for us while I take just a little bit of a breather?
Yeah, I do have a updated velocity scan for a bit of rotation. Now, that parent couplet that got the warning going, it's kind of fizzled out, but we're looking at another little area of rotation here on the storm relative velocity that is just kind of northeast of Spring Grove. And this one is going to move further to the north into the east here, pretty slowly at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So Lebanon, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and this bit of rotation is kind of riding that line between the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning, which again, we just heard Nick talk about it a few minutes ago. That storm to the north is not nearly as impressive, but the storm to the south does look to kind of be getting its act together, if you will. So I've, again, circled that rotation. That rotation will be in Long Lane by around 10:03. So again, you're not under a tornado warning in Long Lane. You're very close to one. And that rotation, well, now it is just past Long Lane. That will put it into West Lebanon by 10:35 tonight and into Lebanon at 10:38. If it holds together, Carroll Junction. Again, Lebanon, West Lebanon, not in a tornado warning at the moment, but as this thing continues its northeasterly track, I do want you to just think about maybe getting in that tornado safe space, as this may be our next problem in terms of a tornado warning for parts of Laclede County. Let's switch it back over to the regular reflectivity mode. And again, that's kind of the same general area that we were seeing that rotation. Again, a little bit of that notch forming just south of State Highway 32 to the northeast of Ernstville. And again, this is going to probably shoot right up Highway 32 close to Lebanon, almost paralleling I-44, if you will. So again, Lebanon, not under a tornado warning. Not a bad idea to maybe think about getting close to that tornado shelter, if not getting into it. Again, because this thing has really started to wrap up in the last couple of minutes close to Lebanon. Nick, what do you have?
Well, so no surprise to me at all here, Garrett. The Weather Service out of Springfield, they went ahead with a downstream tornado warning. This is going to cover western half of Jasper County, all the way to about I-49 from Jasper to Carytown to Carthage, down to Fidelity, and it does clip northwestern Newton County as well, down to about Diamond. But in terms of how the radar is hitting this, it's a little bit tricky to figure out where exactly the highest likelihood of where the tornadic rotation is. But in all likelihood, based on all the reports that I've been seeing behind the scenes, this more than likely has a dangerous tornado in place, and it's going to be moving toward generally the east, if not maybe trying to jaunt a little bit to the southeast. So even though, again, this is not our immediate viewing area, once you're talking about Jasper and Newton County, it is not too far away from the western parts of the Ozarks. So if we were to take this storm, well, if I can just switch back to the reflectivity here. Oh boy, I cannot believe that western Jasper County may have to put up with this again. But let's take it seriously. Let's track this out. Because in all likelihood, this may jaunt a little bit to maybe the east, maybe a bit to the southeast. So I'm going to try to take the average of the wobbles out as I put on this storm track. Okay, with this one, this will be approaching Carl Junction, whether it's that potentially large tornado, if it is in progress, or the hail. This will be coming close to Carl Junction by 10:11. If you know anybody out there, please give them a call. Please tell them to take this seriously and be in a safe place. Airport Drive, close to the Joplin Regional Airport at 10:17. Maybe downtown Joplin, if they get just the wind and the hail, that would be maybe a big sigh of relief for the city. But Joplin, 10:20. Carthage at 10:32, and then once we get to about Avila and Sarcoxie, Garrett, about 10:45 to maybe 11 o'clock, that's when we're going to have to really watch out and see if this triggers additional severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for Lawrence County at the very least, and maybe adjacent parts of either, what's the county I'm thinking of here? Dade County or maybe extreme northern Berry County. But that is still a dangerous storm, but for the time being, we're still going to let the television stations out in Joplin and Pittsburgh, Kansas take care of that. Let's go back to our main storms here. First and foremost, excuse me, we've been talking for a while here. Sorry if my throat's starting to give out a little bit. This is a recheck or a refresher on the tornado warning for northern St. Clair County. This still takes us until 10:30, but still we have not seen anything too menacing out of this, which is good. Quarter-size hail, maybe some wind gusts near 60, but it's really hard based on reflectivity to pick out any nasty spots of rotation here. So if we were to take a look, well, maybe trying to flare up a little bit just to the west of Osceola.
We got a new tornado warning.
Yeah, if you could go ahead, Garrett.
This is, again...
It's for that rotation I just pointed out.
Yep, we have a brand new tornado circulation. Let me quickly switch off that box here. We have a tornadic circulation just to the west of Osceola. And again, this was kind of that same area I was talking about before, just a second ago before it intensified and Nick caught onto it. But again, we've seen that kind of intensify to the west of Osceola, and now it is continuing its easterly track. Osceola, if you know anyone that's traveling along 13 between Vista, Osceola up to Lowry City, it's time to pull off because, again, this has really started to tighten up here in the last couple of scans. So again, that rotation getting very close to Osceola, Vista, and Harper. I believe this storm is moving a little bit slower. Let me just pull up the alert here. It is moving, again, a bit on the slow side at around, I believe, 20 miles per hour, 30 miles per hour. It's moving. So again, I'll switch it back over to the regular radar, and we'll do a storm track kind of on the broad general scale here of where this storm is going. And it almost looks like we have a bounded weak echo region just really close to that area of rotation. So again, that would indicate that we would have a little bit more in the way of stronger rotation. So This is what we're looking at. Again, this is almost directly due east of Osceola, continuing on the same trajectory, basically to the east-northeast at around 10 to 50, or at around 30 miles per hour. So putting a storm track on that, if it holds together, that is going to put it into Osceola by 10:28 tonight, into Vista by 10:33, into Harper by 10:52, Bentonville, Missouri by 11:02, and then into Avery if it holds together. That is, of course, outside the tornado warning. But that would put it into Avery by 11:13 p.m. Nick, do you have any updates?
Well, I'm just took a quick breather behind
Yeah.
the scenes here, Garrett. Oh, actually, Francis, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you
want
want to continue
Yeah.
to catch your breath. I know you guys have been on the air since 6:30, and we appreciate you taking care of all of us. So take a little breather while we discuss what do we do. Now, a lot of people don't have storm shelters or maybe basements, right? So let's look at this picture here that'll kind of give us a better idea of what to expect and where is the safest parts of the house and what is not. Now, I know it may sound a bit redundant. How do you not know where to go? Well, there's a lot of people who have recently moved to the Ozarks and maybe don't understand or maybe not know what the best place or best thing to do in this type of situation. So if you do have a basement, of course, go there quickly and bring your emergency supply kit, including flashlights, your batteries for your phone or your chargers, things of that nature, anything you can use to get yourself some information. If you do not have a basement, you want to move to the interior part of your home. You want to put walls between you and the storm. So if you can look at this graphic and this picture here, perhaps maybe a bathroom, a stairwell, walk-in closet, they ask you to go to the bottom, the very lowest point of your home. Again, up top, not such a good idea when you're thinking about all that wind that's twisting around, blowing debris. It'll probably, be very detrimental to the top of the home. So again, lowest level to the center of the home is recommended. What also you might want to do is prepare for nighttime tornadoes. Again, a lot of these storms happen when we may be not awake or alert. So preparing for them includes finding a safe place. Now, if you do go to a storm shelter or you are all together with your family in a small room, certainly you'll be all together. But if there's something that occurs or something that happens and you get separated, designating a safe place to meet is always a really good idea, having that plan. Flashlight and shoes, especially the shoes. Garrett spoke about this earlier with the debris that flies around and that hail that's almost the size of tennis balls, breaking glass, breaking windows.
What camera is that?
It certainly can be dangerous. So you want to keep your thick-soled shoes handy as well as a flashlight. A NOAA radio, let's talk about that because some people think, well, it's a radio, it means I have to get batteries, but this is a surefire way to get information if the cell service does not work. So a NOAA radio, I personally have one. I got it for a few bucks at Walmart, was very inexpensive, got some batteries on standby for that thing. So you want to have that handy as well. Again, let's go back to the home here just so that way you can take another real good look at where the check marks are. And again, remember, no place outside is safe. So we'll check in with the guys on the latest one. I know we've got some more alerts happening, and so I'm sure you're recharged already as your batteries are with your microphone. And take it away, Garrett.
Yeah, we've been on since 6:30 tonight, so I mean, my voice is getting a little bit hoarse, but I do want to draw your attention to this circulation still to the south of Lebanon. The National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning, but what they have done is issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So what does that mean? It means that the rotation, they are acknowledging that it's definitely there, and it could very quickly spin up and drop a tornado. However, the rotation is not strong enough for a tornado warning to be issued, but I do want you to treat it as a tornado if you live in Lebanon, just because of how this storm has really behaved over the last couple of hours. Really, we've been watching this tornado warning or this parent supercell since it's been all the way back into just parts of Dade County. So that rotation on the storm relative velocity not looking too impressive there. I was trying to figure out if we just got a new warning. We didn't. But again, that rotation just along Highway 32 doesn't look immediately impressive. But again, as we get, it is almost going to follow parallel to I-44 It is weaker, but I do still want you in the Lebanon proper to still treat this as though you are under a tornado warning. Again, that is just because of this rotation that has kind of at times gotten really, really tight and then at times also fallen apart. Nick, I see that you are on the storm that is impacting people up in Sinclair County. What are we looking at?
Well, no matter if I look at it from the Springfield or the Kansas City radar, Garrett, the rotation's not looking impressive right now, which is thankfully a good thing. But as long as that tornado warning is still going, that is going to, once again, keep it in place until 10:45 with this latest warning. So with that said, let me do another storm track for the entirety of that storm, because it's still capable of not only producing maybe a possible spin-up tornado, even though I think other storms are trying to mess with the inflow, which is a great problem to have. This needs to be tracked out once again. So the latest on the forward speed of the tornado warning, moving east at 30. So at least that's a little bit of a faster progression as far as things go. So let's take the whole leading edge here, which will include that area of spin and any potential for at least quarter-size hail, which is mainly passing over, I think, Lowry City right now. It'll be near Osceola at 10:23, Iconium by 10:35, Bentonville, Missouri at 10:46, the Dell Junction area in southern Benton County at 10:53, and maybe near Avery by 10:58. In terms of, well, how do you like that? At least in the immediate Ozarks, we are now down to just one tornado warning, but as Gary pointed out, we have additional severe storms working across northern Dallas County that might have maybe some mid-level rotation to it. And we're still keeping an eye on that storm approaching Lebanon right now. And needless to say, we're watching that other storm working into Jasper County, Missouri, northwestern Newton County very closely, because if things don't change, that might mean warnings for us within the next hour or so. But at least in the meantime, Garrett, we're right now down to one immediate tornado warning here in the Ozarks. And as far as looking at things behind the scenes, as far as reports, oh boy, the Weather Service might be suggesting very large destructive hail working close to Lebanon right now. So if it was possible, before we dissect how big the hail sizes are, was there a chance that we could pull up our Lebanon camera?
Oh yeah, let's get that pulled up right now. I'll drive it really quick.
Go ahead.
I'll drive it. Which direction are we looking at?
Right
or
now, I think I've got it looking toward the west. That looks at over I-44. And if I pan more to the southwest, which actually I think we should do anyway.
I'm panning it right now.
Yeah, that'll take it over the Missouri 5 exit. And if there's going to be any hail approaching Lebanon, we should see it with that camera. At the very least, with the lights at Mercy Hospital, we can see raining clearly in Lebanon right now.
I do want to switch it back over to me here. If we can do kind of like that wide shot with a Lebanon camera in one monitor and then my computer behind me, because I'll go ahead and query what kind of hail we're looking at within this storm. So you see me here, you see our storm. Let's go ahead and put up our hail tracks. So again, definitely some large hail here near Caffeyville on the southwest side of Lebanon. Again, I've been saying it, if you live in Lebanon, I need you to treat this as though you're under the gun for a tornado warning. The tornado warning is expired, but again, I definitely would treat it as though you would treat a tornado warning, just because of how this environment is. So obviously that box is not going to go away for me, but let's put a storm track on our hail. So again, this is going to move roughly northeast. We should start seeing it within the next couple of minutes here on our Lebanon camera. You can see all the lightning. If you know somebody that is driving along I-44, it's time for them to pull over and get into the next gas station. Again, a lot of these query reports around 1 to 2 inches, I stepped out of frame there, 1 to 2 inch diameter hail reports. And this is going to put it into Lebanon by 10:32 this evening at the latest. Now, we've started to see some of those storms, their forward motion uptick a little bit. So again, south side of Lebanon and then into Lebanon proper as early as 10:32. But before that, it's going to get to West Lebanon by 10:30 and then into Coffeyville by 10:18. And then if it holds together, still looking at those bigger hailstones into Carroll Junction by 10:45. Are we seeing any pictures, Nick, that confirm the hail?
Excuse me. As far as fresh pictures, Garrett, I have not seen anything come in from the Weather Service or from any storm spotters that are out there. Just looking through, because in addition to Weather Service tracking the dangerous storm approaching areas around Joplin, we're getting just a myriad of wind and hail reports, whether it's how strong the winds are or what damage has been done from hail. Let's see, I'm not seeing anything too fresh on my end here, but I will point out that, I lost that report somewhere. Earlier when we were talking about how outdoor storm sirens were going off in Texas County, that was a system malfunction that was straight from emergency management to the National Weather Service and everyone else here. It was just a system malfunction there. We don't have any storms strong enough to warrant a warning right now for any part of Texas County, which is good. So for the time being, Garrett, looks like our two main storms, at least in the immediate Ozarks, will continue to be, let's see, that storm approaching Lebanon from the south and west, and whatever's trying to hold together as far as the tornado warning goes, working across central St. Clair County, and starting to look a little bit messy in terms of that structure. Although I do want to quickly say, though, before we hear from you, it looks as though if there was any tornado with that storm coming closer to the Joplin area, it may have lifted for now. So for now, the Weather Service is just going radar indicated with that tornado warning out in Jasper and Newton County. So hopefully, Garrett, and I mean this with all sincerity because that's where I worked for almost a decade before I came here to KY3, that's the last thing that Joplin needs to deal with. But we're going to focus on the storms we have in our area right now.
Yeah, Nick, I do have the only tornado warning that we're dealing with right now in northern St. Clair County. That rotation, again, very close to Osceola, about to pass along Highway 82 on the east side of Osceola. If it holds together, that will put it into Quincy, Missouri at 10:49, and then again into Avery. You're not included in that tornado warning, but again, we've seen these very quickly spin up. That'll put it into Avery by 11:02, into Hermitage by 11:11, and then into Cross Timbers by 11:20 this evening. So again, the general motion is for this storm to push further to the east. So again, but that rotation just not looking too overly impressive. I do want to drive the radar down to our storm in Lebanon. That rotation, thankfully, not looking as well defined as it did just a minute ago, but I do, of course, want to check on our hail situation, see about what we're looking at in terms of the hail that is right now. That strongest hail core is looking to get very close to downtown Lebanon. This is it, this purple color right in here. It's almost running directly parallel to I-44 right now. So the south side of I-44, we're not seeing a whole lot of that hail, but the second you go north of 44 towards Lebanon proper, along maybe Missouri 32, that's where we're seeing a lot more in the way of hail. Also looks like a bit more hail almost to the northeast, a separate hail core, if you will, northeast of Lebanon. So again, pretty big hail there. I know that this is kind of getting into a little bit more of a populated area. Let's take the Lebanon camera full.
Yeah, I've been watching that behind the scenes, Garrett. It still looks like rain at the Mercy Hospital site, and we have that camera looking back at least toward the west, if not a little southwest. Again, from that vantage point, you're looking right at the Missouri 5 exit off of I-44. That would be Jefferson Avenue taking you north into Lebanon, or if you go south from there, that's 32 to take you down toward areas like Ebenezer. If that hail core is going to be passing right over Lebanon near I-44, we might be able to catch something with that camera.
Yeah, I keep my eyes on, I'm keeping my eyes on the parking lot to see if I can see anything bouncing, but Again, not looking like we're seeing any active hail falling at the moment, but again, that could change very, very quickly as this hail core continues to shoot up basically parallel to I-44. So I do want to provide kind of a broad outlook as to what's going on in and around the Ozarks. So again, we're basically all of the Missouri Ozarks still under a tornado watch until 2 o'clock this morning, so we still have several more hours. These storms generally, as they are pushing further to the north, have weakened. We have one tornado warning up around Osceola for St. Clair County. That rotation has not been as strong, but then we're of course watching that supercell thunderstorm still west of I-49, but in the next couple of hours, well, really within the next couple of minutes, if you will, next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, we could be looking at tornado warnings across parts of Lawrence County along I-44. Also could see that for southern Dade County on its current eastern trajectory, and then if it holds together, we may even see a tornado warning come out for maybe parts of western Greene County, northern Stone County, and even southern Berry County, or excuse me, northern Berry County, if we see it kind of take more of a southeastern path here. So over the next couple of hours, we're really going to have to watch this area of rotation, this strong storm that has already had a history of producing lots of tornadoes. But again, in the immediate concern right now, we only have one tornado warning and a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for Marys County, Laclede County, northern Dallas County, southern Camden County, Hickory County, and then of course our tornado warning for northern St. Clair County. Nick, what do you have?
I'm looking behind the scenes at velocities here, Garrett, focusing on that Laclede County storm, and the radar precipitation just looks messy, doesn't look quite as congealed, but yet as I say that, well, maybe an interesting or suspect area to the southwest of Lebanon once you work past the hail core with this. That is splitting the difference between Missouri Highway 32 and Interstate 44 around Caffeyville, just to the southwest of Lebanon. But if we go in for a tighter look, I want to see if I can get at least a couple of local roads. There's Normandy Drive, Edison Road, to the southwest of Lebanon. That's where maybe a suspicious area of rotation could be. But for now, this is mainly a big concern for large hail, and something we dealt with enough this evening, quite frankly. These are hail sizes that, last I checked, from the National Weather Service's warning, it looks as though it may be trying to produce up to baseball size hail. In fact, let me turn off the sweeping radar for a moment here. We'll get a fresh look at how large the potential hail could be. And if I were to do just a general box of the area, it'll show us how the biggest hail sizes are shaping up. Excuse me. Doesn't look too impressive, thankfully, Garrett. Maybe down to about 1.3 inches in diameter, which is about half dollar size hail.
Hey, let's go to the Lebanon camera.
And again, at least that's a little more manageable here. And yeah, if we can, let's just take our Lebanon camera full.
It almost looks like, I can't tell if that's water that's kind of accumulated there on the surface of the parking lot, and that's just water hitting it.
I think if we can, Garrett, you could try and zoom down toward the parking lot and zoom in to see if that's either maybe ponding in the parking lot or if that indeed might be some hail trying to mix in.
Just a second, I zoomed in too far. We'll zoom in and we'll see if this is hail or like if Nick, what Nick said, if this is just ponding.
Well, at least when you zoomed in closely there, it looked like mainly rain.
Yeah, that does look mostly like rain there.
All right, there's the parking lot.
Maybe it might be a good time for you guys to take a break if you want.
Actually, before you do that,
yeah.
Francis, if you don't mind, I think I might be seeing a couple of bouncing hailstones on the parking lot. Unless that's a resolution looking just a little bit fuzzy and it's showing mainly rain, but with the way some of that's trying to bounce off a little bit, I wouldn't be shocked if maybe a little hail's mixing in. But that's something Garrett and I will watch behind the scenes here. And Francis, if you don't mind taking over.
Yeah, I'll give you guys a little bit of a break. They've been on since 6:30, taking really good care of all of us. So just take a sip of water, maybe get a breath while we talk about other things involving storms that maybe some people who are new to the Ozarks might be a good time to start getting some plans in place as we start spring and an active weather pattern season. So let's talk about extreme weather preparedness with emergency items. I'm from California, so we've got a lot of these on hand for earthquakes, but this is also very good for severe weather storm season. Survival needs, a first aid kit, of course, your medicine, food, and water. And don't forget the pets. Those are most important to me anyway. Certainly want to make sure they've got what they need to survive the whatever happens, right? Other supplies include chargers, batteries, radio, maybe some hygiene products, and some cash. That one is a little bit difficult, but if you have maybe 20 bucks, something you can keep handy as maybe electricity goes out, machines won't work, your ATM machines, things like that, having cash on hand is pretty handy. Important documents, maybe proof of ownership for insurance, medical cards, personal identification, something that I've got, for example, a little zip bag that has my passport, social security card, birth certificate, things of those natures. You can just grab it off the shelf and take it with you should something occur. And then a go bag in case of evacuation that'll include clothing. Most importantly, you want to keep your shoes and your flashlights outside of your bag, handy when you get up, right? But a go bag with your basic essentials that you can use if you aren't able to get back into your home or if it's unsafe. Now let's talk about some road safety. Maybe that might be you're driving either during the day where you can maybe see a storm at night. Probably not a good idea because of course you can't see anything, but you want to stay informed about severe weather as best you possibly can. Having that KY3 First Alert weather app, always a good choice. You can keep WEAs. Now this is enabled on your phone. It could save your life. You'll get an alert. You know, you get these annoying beeps or buzzes. You want to make sure that's enabled on your phone so you can get alerts as well, just in case, you know, you never know, technology is not perfect. And take immediate shelter and find shelter if there's a tornado or threatening weather ahead. Now overpasses, according to the National Weather Service, not safe. I've been out in severe weather a few times out in the field reporting, and gas stations. You can take shelter there from hail, tornadoes. You know, certainly want to get into an enclosed door, maybe a store of some sort, and try and take shelter there. There's some more information here about road safety and what to do with the tornadoes. Again, the best option, getting off the road, is always the best thing to do. The next best option, of course, is taking shelter immediately, but not outside. Again, not under an overpass or a highway overpass. They do not provide that safety. You do not want to seek shelter near trees either. It's always best to stay clear of anything that could fall on your vehicle. But most importantly, just stay off the road if you possibly can. So guys, it looks like you might be a little bit charged up and ready to go. So we'll send it back over to Garrett for the latest warnings that we've got on the radar. What's going on?
Yeah, Francis, it looks like we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that literally just popped into my screen as I was coming on air, or coming back on air, I should say. It is for this storm. It is for the eastern corner of Laclede County. It also does include part of Texas County near the Roby area. I know that is an extremely rural area. It does include Waynesville along I-44. This warning basically follows I-44 further to the north, but then also does include the northern parts there of Texas County, southwestern Pulaski County, as well as central and eastern Laclede County. Let's take the Lebanon camera. We can see the hail on the Lebanon camera. I can see it coming down right now.
Oh yeah.
Look at that in the parking lot.
It's splashing. Lots
of that hail coming down. So this is why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place. Roby over to Waynesville, southern Pulaski County, Lebanon, East Lebanon. Look at that. Look at all that hail coming down. That at least has to be half dollar size. Wouldn't you agree, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's part of the storm working across Mercy Hospital in Lebanon right now, Garrett. It may not be the largest of the hail. That's maybe trying to skirt around the hospital, but at the very least, we can confirm it. It's bouncing off of the pavement at the parking lot there.
No doubt. So if you are under a severe, and we'll stay with the camera for a little bit, because I think it's important for folks to see what exactly is coming close to Waynesville along I-44. And again, this is the kind of hail that we've seen tonight that can really do some serious and significant damage to vehicles, to windows. So again, although you might not be under a tornado warning, I really think that it's important that you get inside and get on the lowest floor and get away from those windows. Again, active hail coming down in Lebanon. I do want to take a look at what we're doing or what it's looking like on that hail track behind me. So again, we have Lebanon over here with the hail coming down. We're back to radar. I'm going to take a look at exactly where this hail track is. So again, it's not looking as impressive with the most recent scan, but obviously there's a lot more ground truth showing up there on our Lebanon camera with pretty large hail coming down in the parking lot. Nick, do you know what this storm is warned for?
Which storm were you talking about, Garrett?
Lebanon.
Oh, the Lebanon storm. That is mainly for maybe hail up to baseball size and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but no tornado possible tag in the warning. So if there's a lot of rotation in there, it's probably up in the mid-levels trying to keep those hail sizes up.
So it is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in that case?
I believe so. I think that's the criteria if we're pushing baseball size hail again. Let me just double check. Yes, it is.
Okay, so we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon, for Laclede County, which means that you're probably getting those wireless emergency alerts sent to your cell phones that Francis was just talking about. And if you do get those wireless emergency alerts in your phone, I really want you to treat this as you would a tornado. Again, get on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, especially get away from windows. That most destructive hail is going to be getting close to Abo as early as 10:52 tonight and into Brownfield by 11:05, Hannah by 11:21, and then if it holds together, this could get very close to Waynesville by 11:33 this evening. Again, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is the time to put on your shoes because you don't want to be walking around your home or your apartment when there's glass on the ground. Nick, what are we looking at?
I'm just taking a fresh look at reflectivity here, Garrett. Noticing that based on reflectivities alone, the worst of the hail has quickly worked to the northeast of Lebanon now. That is going to be approaching areas around Carroll Junction, Highway MM as you work away from Interstate 44. But I've also been keeping an eye, if I can just get a proper radar return to come back on here, it'll work itself out here. But if I take this back to the last recent scan, I have been keeping an eye on this storm that might look a little suspicious on reflectivity across northern parts of Dallas County. That's going to be north of Missouri 64, north of Platte, and northeast of Lewisburg. But if I were to show you the latest velocities here, and I think we're having just a bit of a radar issue here, but from the last scan that I had, nothing really standing out as far as vigorous low-level rotation is concerned. We'll see if a new radar sweep, there it is, and just doing a quick double check of everything, nothing is really standing out. But if I go back to reflectivity, where I saw those velocities trying to line it up with the reflectivity structure, not seeing anything too imminent or dangerous right now, but that's something we're watching down the line. Going back to our St. Clair County tornado warning, the way that's looking more and more like maybe some wind on the southwest side of the storms. Doesn't look like it's having a hard or an easy time spinning anything up, which is good. That's a good problem to have. But if I switch over to storm relative velocities, in general, it's looking very broad. Nothing really stands out. I think you have enough of a gap between the outbound winds being picked up on Springfield's radar and between the outbound winds as well, which means nothing looks like a spin up imminently on the horizon. But as long as our tornado warning is still in place for another 8 minutes, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And I see behind the scenes here, Garrett, even though we don't have any tornado warnings out or any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings for parts of Dade, Lawrence, or Berry counties just yet, you are keeping a close eye on that storm that's working over Joplin, Carroll Junction, and back in that corner of the state.
Yep, Nick. And I did just check that. Well, it looks like we now have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Jasper County bordering right up to Lawrence County. And again, that tornado warning is set to expire at 8 o'clock this evening. I do want to see if the Weather Service is replacing that tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning, which of course is for tennis ball sized hail as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. So very, very large hail associated with that storm. I this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, and it also does have a tornado possible tag. So again, we've seen that rotation kind of struggle here over the last couple of scans. If I had to guess, the supercell is probably going through a cycle, and we'll probably see a tornado warning eventually get extended out for maybe western Jasper County and even parts of Lawrence County. So I don't want you to let your guard down just yet, just because we're not seeing an extension of the tornado warning right now. But again, looking at these storms continuing to move into an extremely favorable environment for the development of severe weather and especially tornadoes. So as soon as we lose this tornado warning up here, we will be done with tornado warnings, at least for the short term here in and around the Ozarks. So again, broad picture. If you're just tuning in right now, perhaps for KY3 News at 10, well, it's 10:30, we are looking at a tornado warning still that is about to expire across parts of northern St. Clair County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings from Lebanon back into other parts of Laclede County for baseball-sized hail. Again, the atmosphere from Harrison, Branson, Springfield, basically up to I-44 is untouched. So as this storm continues to move further to the north and east, we're going to have to watch it very, very closely. Beyond that, we are really not seeing a whole lot in the way of active tornado warnings in the Ozarks. This is our only one for us, and that storm has basically moved out of its tornado warning polygon. Nick, do you have anything?
I was looking into the reasoning why the Weather Service with that storm near Joplin, Garrett, went down to a severe thunderstorm warning. They have lost the rotation on that or any signs of a tornado, which is absolutely good news. But as I say that as well, I want to make sure I'm all sorted out here before I step in front of the wall for a moment. This storm, in all likelihood, is going through maybe a restructuring, if you will, like all the other storms have done this evening. But if anything stands out on reflectivity, maybe this notch coming in here, if anything, it's back to mid-level rotation right now, trying to keep the hail sizes up to almost tennis balls here. And we are getting, at least behind the scenes, some reports coming out from this storm that there's definitely at least some power outages coming in here. But if we haven't done so in a little bit here, let's take a fresh storm track, excuse me, on this storm. With the latest track, it's still moving it very slowly to the east and maybe a bit to the southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So if we take the leading edge of that storm and take it out, let's just say over the next hour, because again, this storm is moving very slowly as it continues on its east-southeasterly journey. Saginaw by 10:44, and that's not too far away from the Petro truck stop, the Mercy Hospital, and even Freeman Hospital on the southwest sides of Joplin. Reeds by 10:56, that would be for maybe the hail working away from Alba. There's Sarcoxy by 11:06, Stott City by 11:23, pardon me, and there's Berwick by 11:38, and maybe if this holds together in one way or another toward Mount Vernon, it'll be on top of you by about 11:40. And that's what I got with that. In the meantime, I do want to do another double check here.
New tornado warning has just come out for western. Can we take my computer?
Yeah, let's go. Let's switch over to Garrett so we can get us up to speed on this new tornado warning.
So I just saw it pop up into my system, and again, this has been generally on that easterly track. This does not include the city of Mount Vernon proper, but it does include the western half of Lawrence County. So again, Nick and I have been telling you this storm is coming, and so we have now seen that start to move into the KY3 viewing area. It is now working its way into parts of western Lawrence County. It is coming out of Jasper County. This tornado warning also does include the northern corner there of Newton County. But again, our primary concern here is going to be western Lawrence County. Southeastern Dade County as well is included. It does not include the city of Greenfield, but it does include, again, Miller, Avalia, Sarcoxy, Jasper, and the city of Joplin as well. Nick, are we seeing any confirmation with a tornado touchdown within this warning?
No, I'm not seeing any fresh reports of tornadoes in progress or wall clouds or funnel clouds. What the Weather Service is doing with this storm, they're looking at this and suggesting that the rotation on this is looking rather broad. And before I zoom in here, I do want to say that unless we see any immediate restructuring with the tornado warning, with the last of that storm working out of eastern St. Clair County, that will be allowed to expire within the next minute to about 90 seconds or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. But since we have this new tornado warning that does cover parts of the western Ozarks, let's take a fresh look at what's going on here. They are noticing that that rotation has definitely broadened out. And even though the radar might be 2,000–3,000 feet above the surface, as we get the beam out toward areas like Joplin, the 249 interchange from I-44, that is definitely looking a lot better. But I think what the Weather Service is suggesting here, that this storm, it might be cycling. So as long as there's rod rotation still in place there, and if it can easily try to spin up again, it's better to be safe than sorry, given the history of this storm, to at least keep a base tornado warning going here, where it might just be radar indicated, but we're not looking at anything too concerning as to what might have happened out back in Cherokee County, around Columbus, around, oh goodness, Crestline, Weir, Scammon, maybe down to about Riverton, Galena, Kansas, and almost to Baxter Springs, Kansas. But if we were to take a fresh look at the storm track on this, since the polygon, let me do a quick double check on how the storm is traveling. It is one of the faster storms that we've seen in a while here. It says moving east at 45 miles per hour, but let me do one quick loop. I would argue it's trying to go maybe east-southeast, so it may not be on a due easterly track. So with that in mind, let me do the leading edge of this entire storm so that we can cover the rain, the hail, and maybe any possible redevelopment in terms of a tornadic threat. Let's take it this way over the next hour if it does maintain the forward speed at 45 miles per hour. Now, and I'm going to step up to the wall here to reiterate that, as Garrett pointed out, this fresh tornado warning is stopping just shy of Missouri Highway, I believe 39. It's definitely shy of Greenfield, stopping just shy of Mount Vernon, and maybe clipping Pierce City. And of course, we all know what happened in Pierce City several times over the years, if not decades, and not to mention May 4th of 2003. Unless the storm takes a really bad turn, I don't think it'll be an exact repeat of what happened in Pierce City back in 2003. But this is still a storm to watch. If it takes that east-southeasterly track, it might clip Pierce City by 11:17. But it's got to go through the rest of Jasper and Newton counties first. So let me start Coxie by 10:49, Diamond by 10:54. That's just to the north of the show there. Mount Vernon by 11:06. And I'll say for Mount Vernon, unless this rotation tries to spin up, at the very least, you could easily get some very heavy rain and large hail out of this. I think the hail sizes went back down to 2.5 inches, which is about tennis ball size at the very least out of this storm. But down the line, there's Pierce City again by 11:17. And if a few more warnings needed to come out, maybe northern Barry County, let's watch Milnet around 11:24. And if we have to get this closer to Springfield, hopefully on a weakening trend if it continues. But let's give an early heads up that around Republic by 11:32, and maybe close to Battlefield as we push closer to a quarter to midnight. Garrett, I know I spent quite a few minutes tracking this out for everybody. Do we need to touch base on any other storms in the northern Ozarks?
Broadly in and around the Ozarks, Nick, this is our only tornado warning for western Lawrence County and, of course, the southwestern corner of Dade County, though I do think that tornadic circulation will primarily remain out of Dade County. We did see that tornado warning expire. That was allowed to expire for northern St. Clair County. It has been replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, and we're only seeing severe thunderstorm warnings basically from Osceola. You can almost follow the warm front here. We've got a warm front actively working its way across the region, and I'll actually draw it on here for you so that way you can see exactly what I'm talking about. But again, you can kind of see the rough shape there that we have with our warm front lifting further to the north along this line.
Hey, Garrett.
Yeah.
We have a meteorologist, Danielle Davis, also joining us as well, and she wanted to bring to our attention that a new tornado warning is coming out, and that's for, was it the northern storm, Danielle?
Yeah, northern Hickory and South Benton counties.
Okay.
That hasn't come out yet, but it's about to come
There
out.
we go.
here in a
So
second.
they are drafting it up and up. I think they
And
just
looks
put
like
it out.
the circulation has tightened up there. So
Okay, so we're back to juggling between two tornado warning storms, but we can easily do that. Garrett, go ahead and bring us up to speed on the northern tornado warning.
We have a brand new tornado warning for, it looks like southern Benton County. Does not include the city of Warsaw, but it does include Fristone, and it also includes northern Hickory County, and that tornado warning is running until 11:30 p.m. Again, this is a radar indicated threat here with this storm. This is not an observed tornado, but if we switch it over to the velocity here really quick, just kind of take a look at what's going on within this storm. Let me clear everything out for you so that you guys can get a clearer view of what's going on within this storm. So I'm very slowly going to take it up to our area of rotation. Not looking overly impressive, but again, given the atmospheric conditions, this is kind of what we are looking at for that broad area of rotation. It is basically just to the east of Highway 63, and it is moving. Nick, how fast is this storm moving?
Let me double check the text on that warning. I will say as well, on the northern side of that rotation, under the hail core, maybe golf ball size hail, I might want to double check the speed because it has it moving east at 65 miles per hour. That would be a drastic jump up in speed. So let me see if that jives.
So again, assuming that it's moving, let's go back. Can we go back to me? Okay. Assuming that it is moving a little bit slower than 65 miles per hour, because again, we've kind of seen that slower storm motion, that would put it into Jordan by 11:10 tonight and into Cross Timbers by 11:04. So Cross Timbers and Jordan, I need you to go ahead and get into your tornado safe space, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we've been saying it all night. If it takes you a minute to get to your tornado safe space, I do need you to think about maybe going there in advance because, again, as we've seen here, that storm has moved very, very quickly and spun up again as it crossed Highway 83 in northern parts of Hickory County and southern parts of Benton County. Nick, what do we have?
Just double checking, and I'm going to actually send in a quick query to the National Weather Service about the speed of that northern tornado warning, but again, Garrett, for anyone just joining us, we have been on the air for about 4 hours straight, and we were hoping that we could at least get some breaks in the evening to let you catch up on programming and even the late edition of KY3 News. But unfortunately, the news of the night is and has been weather. It's going to try to keep it up as we go through the course of the night. So behind the scenes here, I'm trying to double check to see if that forward speed for the northern tornado warning is right. All right, just sent that to the Weather Service. We'll all do a double check to make sure that we are tracking things at the correct speed. But let's actually go back in and focus on at least a couple of these severe thunderstorm warnings across parts of northeastern Dallas, northern Laclede, eastern Laclede, and going back into western and southwestern Pulaski counties. That is looking just like hail makers to us, and maybe a bit of mid-level rotation. Not immediately enough to cause tornadic concerns, but something that we'll still continue to watch. Looking at other things behind the scenes here, since there's unfortunately so much to track as we go through the course of the night. Let's double check, and let me at least get at least some semblance of a storm track on here. And at the very least, let's take it on the other faster speed that the storms have been going, maybe up to 45 miles per hour. So let's at least get a track out, at least based on that speed, for the storm working across southern Benton and northern Hickory. Fristo by 10:53, Cross Timbers at 11:02, Climax Springs by 11:10, but before that Jordan by 11:08. We have Bannister at 11:19, and if it continues to work into parts of Osage counties, this will be near Max Creek by 11:22, and maybe closer to Sunrise Beach and Missouri Highways 5 as we get closer to 11:30. That's what I've got behind the scenes here, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, our own Danielle Davis is keeping an eye on things for us. Are you ready to go, Miss Danielle?
I'm
sorry?
I'm still setting up over here.
That's quite all right.
On Max 2, but
Quite
yeah.
perfectly all right. I'll keep going here and just let me know when you're ready to go. In the meantime, let's take a fresh look at that tornado-warned storm across southwestern Dade, western Lawrence County, because again, no more than an hour or so ago, this probably had a considerable tornado working across parts of Cherokee County back near Columbus, Kansas, maybe passing north of Baxter Springs. But the more I look at this storm in terms of storm relative velocities, this looks so much better. It is broad along the leading flank of the storm on the south and southeast side, but out of precaution, it is wise what the Weather Service is doing. Even though the rotation here may be broad, you probably don't have to go too far aloft, where we do see some mid and upper level rotation still trying to keep at it. So this could potentially be on in a stage of cycling, which is what we see supercells tend to do every now and again here in the Ozarks and other parts of the country. But in terms of what this storm is doing as it tries to work into southwestern parts of Dade County, western Lawrence County, it is down to a base or just standard tornado warning here. I say base because we have so many levels of different tornado warnings here, where not too long ago, if you were watching our coverage, when this supercell was over here, you had the black hashes within that red tornado warning polygon. That's the system's way of telling us that this was probably producing considerable damage with, quite frankly, a large and dangerous tornado. But look at how it's just plain old red. That's an improvement at the very least compared to what this storm has done over the past several hours. But this is your storm with the more impressive looks to things on radar, if you will. So if we do another quick storm track on this, this is going to be a storm. Let me just double check that forward speed. If the system will let me. Oh, it is. East at 45 miles per hour, but every time I do a radar loop or a lapse of this storm, it's been trying to move more to a little bit more to the south of due east. So if we take that general motion into consideration, if it tries to hold on as it moves off to the south and east, this will be working into Sarcoxy. At least your chance for rain, large hail out of this, maybe tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches in diameter by 11:02. Miller, Missouri, that's up somewhere along Missouri Highway 96, close to, actually Miller is in, never mind, Lawrence County, my mistake for that. Maybe by 11:11, there's Mount Vernon by 11:19. Pierce City, again, you might be grazed by rain and maybe the outflow or any rear inflow coming out of the storm, which could still produce some damaging winds of 60, maybe on the order of up to 70 miles per hour. So Pierce City, 11:23. There's Aurora by 11:37, and that was when it'll start crossing over US Highway 60. And then there's Republic right there by 11:40, and Battlefield just to the south and west of Springfield by about 11:47. And not to mention, this track doesn't show Clever popping up, but maybe around 11:30, this might be near Clever, Missouri as well, if the storm continues on that 45-mile-per-hour forward speed. And we'll have to watch also far northern parts of Stone County, north of Galena, down the line as time goes on. Just a quick double check here. Danielle Davis, are you ready to go? Or
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Let's jump into that northern tornado warning that we do have. I do want to give you the latest storm track on this. The storm is moving quickly, not as fast as that 65 miles an hour like that warning says. It's a little bit slower, but regardless, here's a look at kind of when you can expect it. Cross timbers, I think you're right here in the path of this. So you need to be in your shelter right now. This says here around 11 p.m., so that's about 2 minutes. However, radar does lag behind a little bit. So be in your shelter currently. And I do want to point out, we are also looking at a significant amount of hail potentially on the northern track of this, just right in that northern part of the tornado warning. So that would be up towards Climax Springs. You guys are also in that tornado warning and also potentially in that path as well. Your timing looks to be around 11:12 p.m. and then back out of this warning, we're over towards Camdenton around 11:35. So be prepared to head to shelter, but you are not included in that warning. And Climax Springs, you guys are actually right there on the cusp of that warning. But I do want to point out something interesting, and that is going to be now here at the southern tip of that storm. We're starting to see a bit of pink pop up. And so Nick, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to say necessarily a debris ball here on radar, but it is a little concerning, and it's at least the potential for some large hail now on that southern tip of this storm about to head over and towards cross timbers. And we'll jump over into correlation coefficient. This is a bit further away from the radar, so it's a little bit more difficult to see what is exactly happening at the surface. However, it does shoot right into this storm, and so all of these colorful yellows and oranges you see right here, that's actually correlation coefficient, or debris tracker, picking up on a significant hail core within this storm. And we've seen extreme hail within these storms this evening, producing about tennis ball to baseball size hail over towards El Dorado Springs and back over towards Humansville, in between Humansville and Collins this evening. So still certainly a significant amount of hail, but obviously a tornado warned storm, and the circulation is looking pretty good in this storm as well. Let's take a look behind the scenes, because sometimes it can be a little bit better. And it does look, I will say, in this latest scan right here, let's clear this off so you can see a little bit better. It's not looking to be a tight couplet anymore. It was briefly, but now we're not looking at that quick rotation. It's a little bit broader of a transition from that green to the red you see crossing Highway 65, heading back over towards Jordan and once again Climax Springs. This is crossing 65. This is going to be south of Warsaw. Warsaw, still maybe some hail in your area potentially. Over towards Hermitage, this is going to be north of you, and it does look maybe actually right here popping up, potentially maybe a decent amount of rotation there. Let's circle this and see if this lines up well with what we're seeing on radar. 1 second.
For my last look at things, Danielle, nothing really lines up in terms of a radar confirmed tornado, which is good. And that was my initial concern when you brought up that brighter reflectivity in the southern flank of that, or within that hook. But haven't been able to confirm anything with that for now, which is a positive sign.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm not sure why my radar just jumped off of me right here.
Well, it's been having a few difficulties this evening.
Okay,
but
I can see now.
I think we are getting returns coming back. There we go.
There we go. Okay. Yep, so you can actually see where that rotation was the tightest. It was that small little transition area that actually does line up with the very southern tip of this storm in the center of this tornado warning. Moving over 65 right now, heading right over towards Jordan. So we can zoom in right here and see if we can maybe point out a couple more cities, maybe even some small towns, townships in this area. So once again, cross timbers, you need to be in your shelter right now. This storm is going to be right overhead, crossing 65 over towards Jordan. We'll zoom in. Main Street through Cross Timbers, Sherman Street. That's going to be State Highway P you see right here. State Highway W. This is going to cross over you guys. And then zoom in even closer. Carson Street, Ellsworth Street. Like I mentioned, Main Street, Owen Street, right there. So this is going to be passing right over through Cross Timbers And then a little bit further to the north, we have Highway A. Highway A, if you live in that vicinity, I still want you to be in your shelter and be prepared. Certainly to your north, right over Fristow right now, we are looking at likely some very large hail within this storm as well. And once again, this is heading over towards Climax Springs, riding along 7, and eventually would have, I think it's going to be just north of Max Creek right here. But let's give you a first alert to be prepared to head to shelter soon, and that would be if this tornado warning is extended further. This would head back over, potentially including maybe around Camdenton, and then up towards Osage Beach, over towards Laurie right here, could potentially be included in at least a severe thunderstorm warning in Laurie, I would say. But yeah, back over towards Cross Timbers right now, I think that's where there could be potentially a tornado. Once again, we have a little bit of rotation with that. It's a pretty tight and small couplet. You can see it right here. Velocity, this is our product, our wind tracker. It does lag behind a bit, but this is that area that we were watching right here. Looks a little bit messy close up. So we'll zoom out right here and you can kind of see that that's the area, but it lags behind. So it's likely heading over towards 65, crossing 65 right now. Nick?
Okay, I am keeping an eye on the other storms that are at least on the board right now in terms of the actual Ozarks, and still getting reports of maybe, well, not reports, at least indications rather, that within the heaviest of these reflectivity cores showing up mainly just to the north of I-44. We're talking about areas close to, oh goodness, the sleeper exit where 44 crosses over the Gasconade. You can see a couple of spots with this brighter, it's blue, pink, magenta. I'm not good with some of the colors sometimes, but regardless, there's your high reflectivities. Trying to suggest in here we could still have some hail up to the size of baseballs, and that's trying to trend generally toward the east and northeast. And I'll tell you initially here, if you know anybody in Richland along and south of Missouri Highway 133 going back down to I-44, that hail's almost on top of you right now. Hopefully it's not as bad as what the system is suggesting, but this is going to be your first go at hail with another hail core just to the north of Sleeper and northeast of Lebanon. And then we see on down the road, the severe thunderstorm warning goes out to just about Waynesville, maybe the western exit in Waynesville, where if you go north on there on 17, it takes you into downtown Waynesville. But if you go south on the other end, that could be your alternate way into Fort Leonard Wood from the north and west. So let's get a fresh look at how the storm is tracking. And if anyone is actually just joining us and wondering what this storm is doing, well, thankfully the hail sizes are trending downward a little bit, which is good. So maybe baseball size hail is off the table now with this storm working out of southeastern Camden County, working out of eastern Laclede County, and eventually into the southwestern, almost half of Pulaski County. 2-inch diameter hail, that's a little bit bigger than golf balls, and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But again, the storms in the northern Ozarks this evening have been producing quite a bit of large hail and even some hail damage, especially, again, a bunch of homes in the El Dorado Springs area where the windows were blown out due to that large hail. And not to mention a couple of cars with some unfortunately busted rear windshields. That was all from the hail, whether those storms were tornado warned or not. This is another one that will still track, and with this storm it is moving a little slower than the others, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So we're going to get a storm track on this one, and then we'll redirect our focus to the other ongoing tornado warnings in place. If I could just find where my storm tracker tool is. So let's go the leading edge of everything here, and let's just take it out over the next hour. So Richland, again, if that hail is not on top of you right now, or if it's going to ready to pass just here south along Missouri Highway 133, it'll do it within the next 2 minutes, so around 11:10. Small community of Hannah, 11:24. There's downtown Waynesville, 11:29. Spring Creek by 11:45. But I'll also say I'll throw in St. Roberts and Fort Leonard Wood as well, where both of those locations, including the military base, might not deal with a tornado threat this time, which will be good considering your history with storms like this. But let's keep an eye on you between 11:30 and 11:45 for at least some hail to pass overhead. And then there's Arlington by 11:51. And then as we go deeper into Phelps County, we're going to eventually get this storm out of here, especially as it approaches Doolittle and Rolla by and just after midnight. So let's go back over to, I'll touch base again on the tornado warned storm, still trying to work away from the far eastern sides of the Joplin area. And given how I'm a little more familiar with this area, this is well to the east of Joplin now. This is Main Street, or 43, that takes you from Joplin all the way up to, I keep forgetting that town's pronunciation, Brona. Then that is working away from Dunaweg and Duquesne. So far, that rotation in the lowest levels is still broad enough, but you can still see how there's a little bit of something trying to spin out on the southwest side. That's at least a sign of mid-level rotation, at the very least, trying to keep the large hail sizes going up in here as it works over I-49 and north of 44, where you go north on 49, takes you to Carthage, and eventually up to Kansas City. You go south from there along let's say, I think that's Highway 59, that takes you down to Diamond. And I'll tell you what, north of Diamond, you are probably getting some nasty winds out of this, whether it's from a tornado or not. I'm not seeing anything verified right now, but that's what's moving eastward. Let's get a fresh storm track on this. Taking this to the east, it's slowing down now at 20 miles per hour. So hopefully with a slower forward speed, we can give people down the line more of a heads up, and maybe a chance for the storm to really weaken if it cannot stay this organized at that rate of a forward speed. And again, like in general, this has been moving east, generally east-southeast in terms of what I've seen as I've seen the storm play out over time. But if we play things out, 11:19 for Sarcoxy, so about 10 minutes from now. Then we're at Stott City at 11:32. There's Wentworth by 11:43, or a quarter to midnight. Mount Vernon at 11:53. There's Freistadt at 12:07. Let's say Elliott at 12:17, and Verona, especially some of the cattle ranchers out there, the cattle farms in that part of southern Lawrence County. This is a heads up for you to keep a sharp eye out on the storm if we see additional warnings go out down the line. Danielle, have I missed anything behind the scenes, or is there anything else you wanted to bring to our attention?
Well, we were talking about the tornado warnings that we have, so I just want to remind you what you should do if you are included in this tornado warning, or let's say you are back over in parts of Camden County, you potentially could see a tornado warning soon for the eastern half of Lawrence County and potentially even further into parts of Greene and Christian County. Here's what you need to do if you are included in a tornado warning. That's going to be to head to the most interior room of your house, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's in case any trees fall, any debris flying around. It won't just pop right through the sidewall. And so we are looking at maybe an interior closet. It could also be a bathroom. Those are built a little bit sturdier in many homes. But if you are heading to the bathroom or this room, it's best to bring something to help protect your head. A bike helmet. We give those out at our KY3 weather tours to the children. So put the children in their bike helmets. Be prepared if you aren't included in that tornado warning yet to head to shelter. Maybe put those bike helmets in the shelter now. And also maybe potentially a pillow or a small crib mattress or something. And if you do have any infants who are in car seats, it's actually best to put them in their car seat as well and into the shelter here. But of course, the best place to be is actually going to be underground in a basement. And that's going to be your first place you go. But if you don't have a basement, once again, most interior room of your house, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Also, when you head to shelter, Obviously, if you're watching us on TV right now, you're not going to bring your TV with you. So be sure to download the KY3 weather app. And once again, even if you're not included in these tornado warnings, it's going to be the best tool you have on a severe weather day like today. So if you are included in that tornado warning, you have the KY3 weather app on your phone, so you can still watch our live stream when you head to shelter, and you'll know when you're in the all clear and can head out. So once again, KY3 weather app, most interior room of your house, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible, but a basement is going to be the best place to go. And we also can't forget about the potential for flash flooding. And it does look like we have a couple new flash flood warnings in place. There's a flash flood warning included in Laclede County, so I'm going to start to pull some of those up as well, because we are looking at a significant amount of rain, but also, of course, significant hail in these storms and the potential for a tornado like we have back over moving into parts of western Lawrence County. Right now we have that tornado warned storm, and it does look like maybe they extended. I do want to jump into radar real fast. This tornado warning, not extended as a tornado warning right now, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning that does extend into parts of Camden County. That does include Camdenton and Osage Beach right here, right there on the cusp. So we'll watch that. Let's see if it potentially has a tornado possible tag on it.
Last I checked,
Yes.
Danielle, it does, but the main threats for now look to be 2-inch diameter hail and wind gusts up to 60.
Okay, yeah, so large hail, damaging winds, tornado possible tag. So even with that tornado possible tag, we want you to take shelter. I mean, obviously with extremely large hail that could fly through windows and harm you, and obviously it's really harming property in these storms for the day today as well. But with that tornado possible tag, these storms like to recirculate and could spawn a tornado quickly. So in this severe thunderstorm warning, included into Camden, pushed into Camden County, including Camdenton, Osage Beach, and then Lori right there on the cusp, where Highway 5 crosses Highway 7, I should say. I want you guys to head to your storm shelter right now as we watch this storm moving on in from Cross Timbers, moving into Camden County. That has a tornado possible tag, but some very large hail too. Nick, do you have any updates?
I'll take over for a moment here, Danielle, but you did a great job just breaking everything down for everybody. And like she said, it's not a bad idea that even with this northern tornado warning, even though it's being extended down as just a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, like Danielle said, it's not a bad idea just to be in the most secure foundation that you can be, whether it's your home or maybe just a quick business or your neighbor's house nearby, because if we don't get a tornado out of this, the hail still pushing almost 2 inches in diameter, and we've seen quite a bit of reports already and pictures about how large the hail has been with the storms this evening and tonight and what damage they have caused. But I want to do just a broad reset of everything here. For the time being, all the Missouri Ozarks is still under a tornado watch until midnight. And I'll tell you right now, northern Arkansas, thank your lucky stars. You have not been under mainly a tornado watch, except for maybe Benton and Washington counties, except for maybe a little bit of a shower or storm trying to flare up near Jasper in northern Arkansas. Excuse me. Things have been quiet for you in northern Arkansas. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. Arkansas so far. But let's go back in. Just take these warnings on the board one at a time and see where things stand. And the first stop I want to take is the storm that is working across Jasper and Newton counties right now, because this has been the big tornado warning, especially the reports of tornadoes we've gotten from this was out in southeast Kansas and even working across Cherokee County. Over here now, I've been looking at the Weather Service, their chats, their communications with us and everybody else, suggesting that the rotation with this is still broad enough that we're not imminently seeing something nasty trying to spin up, but we've seen a report that some spotters are around the 33 exit on I-44, which will be about 97, that could take you into Sarcoxy in the far southeastern corner. They are at least using whatever lighting and lightning they have to watch what this storm is doing, but they have not seen anything nasty fire up right now, which is good. But down the line, if that low-level rotation doesn't tighten back up, the hope is that if any additional warnings are extended down the line, this will be mainly a hopefully severe thunderstorm warning. But that is ultimately up to the National Weather Service to figure out how they're going to handle the storm once we get to the eastern half of this polygon, because that's how the warning process works when they issue warnings out. Once we get the storm really halfway through this polygon, they then start thinking about what do we do with this storm down the road. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that, but if there's anything encouraging, I am not seeing anything confirmed with that other than radar here showing a lot of rain and a lot of hail, no doubt, with that storm. In fact, we can do a little more dissecting here. Take a look at storm relative mean velocities, and right where we would see maybe some suspicious activity, this looks great. It is really broad at the lowest tilt here. And even at the lowest tilt, this is maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 feet up, but nothing is tight. That's really good. Let's hope it stays that way as this continues toward the east and to the southeast. So with that said, we're going to reset our radar view and just get another fresh storm track, because again, we want to make sure that given the history of the storm, we want to make sure you have as much heads up as possible. And this storm is actually trying to slow down a little bit more. Now the forward speed pushing maybe 20 miles per hour. So if it can survive going at that slow of a speed, and if it moves a little bit due south of east, that would take this near Stott City by 11:33. That would take it to Pierce City maybe by 11:58. And then deeper into the Ozarks, there's Milnet at 12:15, Marionville at 12:32, and Aurora, other spots along US 60 coming out of Springfield and Republic from the south and west by the time we get to about 12:30 to 12:40. In the meantime, let me reset the view, and then we're going to slowly pan over to do at least another double check on my end here on what the severe storms out in Laclede, Camden, and Pulaski counties are doing. If I could switch over to storm relative velocities for a second here, just to make sure that with any notches in here, we're not seeing anything nasty trying to spin up. Nothing really stands out here. Maybe a couple areas of really broad or weak spin, but nothing to my eye here is really lining up. So at least that's a bit of good news that we can take away from this for you all watching out in Pulaski County, Laclede County, southeastern Camden County. But if I can for just another quick moment, try to show the hail sizes, at least in terms of what our system is suggesting. There's one query to the north of Lebanon, maybe just about penny-sized hail, but maybe the larger cores near Richland, about to approach Waynesville from the west, that's not looking too impressive either.
But you know, Nick, I think
yeah, go ahead, Danielle.
Based on the reports that have come out of Lebanon, we've had some pictures sent in through the KY3 weather app. I think we're talking about at least golf ball size hail coming out of that storm. So I think the system may be underplaying the hail core there. There's definitely still some larger hail, at least golf ball size, within that thunderstorm, I would say.
Certainly could be very possible. And if you don't mind asking me asking you a quick question, Danielle.
Sure.
What was the time? Was there a time of the report that you got those?
Let me see if I can pop that up real fast. It was actually not too long ago, just as that storm passed by. So we got this sent in at 10:54 today. So about 30 minutes ago, roughly.
So in that case,
and this report shows actually 2-inch hail, so about hen egg size.
let's see here. And if I were to see how the system had the hail tracks, oh yeah, that was definitely what back when.
Yeah.
Definitely had a lot more shear or spin in the mid levels and a decent updraft to contribute to those hail sizes. And that was when our system was trying to push, as you said, 2 inches, especially to the north of Lebanon, back when you talked about that report coming in, close to 1054, 1057. So if there's anything out there, we'll double check with the Weather Service as well, that as time went on, you can see how things have fluctuated a little bit, maybe trying to flare back up in a couple of spots. Let's say near the Gasconade River where I-44 crosses over, still trying to push maybe up to 1 inch, but let's go with what the warning says, and let's see if we got any updates to that. Still maybe the potential for 2-inch diameter hail, which was certainly very possible with that storm that was passing north of Lebanon. I'll do one more storm track, and then I'll toss things over to you, Danielle, just in case we forgot anything with that tornado warning. Working across northeastern Hickory County. Let me just do one more quick storm track. If I can remember the speed here. Moving east at 30. So this might be a bit of a wonky storm track, but it's trying to encompass the couple of hail cores and all the areas of rain and hail with these storms coming in. So there's Hawkeye by about 11:30, maybe in the far northwestern corner of Pulaski County, not too far away from, I think, Richland or Stoutland. There's Waynesville at 11:34, about the same time as well for St. Robert and Fort Leonard Wood. There's Hancock by 11:47. Dixon, maybe 11:56 for you all. Arlington at 12:02, Doolittle by 12:13, and near Vida or Vida, coming close to Rolla, by 12:18. Danielle, if you don't mind, I'll toss it back over to you in case there's anything we missed, and especially if there's any concern about the northern tornado warning.
You know, well, the storm is moving out of that tornado warned area now. It's crossing over. It's moving back over into Camden County right now, about to head over towards Camdenton north of Max Creek. But once again, this is just a severe thunderstorm warning. Here's in that red box you see, that's the tornado warning. This storm now moving out, so this tornado warning will expire. And so that means if you are back over towards Cross Timbers along 65 towards Fristow, you're in the clear. You can get out of your shelter now. This storm is continuing to work its way out of your area. Hermitage in the clear, Wablo in the clear, Warsaw in the clear. Some storms back over in Kansas that we'll have to watch closely heading into the rest of the night tonight, but certainly some time to rest in between now and then. This tornado warning will expire. Severe thunderstorm warning, though, for Camden County with a tornado possible tag. And hey, I also have some good news as well. They are going to let this tornado warning expire back over towards Sarcoxy. They have now issued a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for this thunderstorm, I should say. So there's still this red box here, but once again, it is going to expire. The rotations looked a lot weaker, but there is the potential for that recirculation. So you're not in the clear by any means from a potential tornado over towards Miller, Mount Vernon, Aurora, this storm would likely be north of you, but I want you to still be on guard over the next 45 minutes or so to potentially watch for this storm to move. It's mostly north of Monette, though, and then would eventually head over towards Halltown, Clever, Hurley, and potentially over towards the Springfield area. So if you are here in Springfield and you're watching, we're not in the clear by any means. So as we head into the rest of the evening, make sure you have at least 2 ways to receive weather alerts. If you do want to head to bed, one of them, the KY3 weather app, a NOAA weather radio, also a great tool to have. But they will let this tornado warning expire, and that would mean that we will not eventually, here coming up in the next couple of minutes or so, we won't have any tornado warnings issued for the area. But of course, we have strong damaging winds, 60 miles an hour in these storms, and we have very large hail. Today, we've seen a little bit greater than baseball size hail in between Collins and Humansville today. And then back over towards El Dorado Springs, looking at tennis ball to baseball size hail this evening as well. So Once again, the hail threat has been pretty significant in these storms for the day today, and then we've had a bit of rotation. I haven't seen any damage pictures come in though today of any tornado damage, so that's wonderful. We've seen hail damage pictures, but we have not had any confirmed tornadoes in our area today. I will say though, this tornado back over towards back over towards Sarcoxy right now, into parts of Lawrence County. This severe thunderstorm back over in Kansas and I believe maybe northern Oklahoma. This was a confirmed tornado and it was on the ground for a long time. So this storm does have a history of producing a confirmed tornado that did cause damage. So that's why we're really on alert to watch this storm, because there is that potential for it to try and rotate and potentially produce a tornado again. They will let that tornado warning expire and this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be taking over. Nick, do you have any more updates?
I'm just trying to look back behind the scenes here, Danielle, because it's been, ever since our news at 5, we've been trying to figure out how the rest of the night will unfold. And I'm just looking at one of the rough computer projections behind the scenes here that wants to take that supercell coming out of Jasper and Newton counties, maybe having it hang around parts of the southern Missouri Ozarks as we go into the rest of the night, but it doesn't look to be quite as menacing as it does so. And then there might be a little cautious hope that we can try to settle things down by the time we get Ozarks Today going at about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And then we got to deal with another first alert weather day going into Monday, because based on how these storms clear out, that's going to ultimately determine how the day during the afternoon and evening will go, because last I checked, we still have a level 2 to 3 risk for storms to be strong to severe for the eastern parts of the Ozarks, especially along and east of Highway 65. But if I can do just a quick broad overview of everything here, if the system can just keep up and I can just get a fresh look at where we stand with our tornado warnings. The northernmost tornado warning for northern Hickory, southern Benton will be expiring within a few minutes or within less than a minute, and so too will the tornado warning to the west of Springfield. And that could be the first time in about 4.5 hours that we can get a little bit of a breather from this ongoing weather coverage. And then as soon as we take care of that, behind the scenes, we're going to figure out how to roll things on KY3 and even going into the late news on KSPR, because I believe their coverage of everything just about wrapped up, or maybe it's the other way around. So with that said, it is now 11:30, at least for some of our clocks here, and we're going to see.
The newscast will be moving forward in just a bit, Nick.
Yes, it will. We are tornado warned free. So with that being the case, Danielle, thank you so much for your assist. We can let you take a breather with everything here while I continue to monitor things behind the scenes. And I'll just ask Master Control how we wanted to handle this thing. Do we want to go back to programming and just do a quick reset here, or how do we want to handle things? Okay, so what we're going to do here, folks, is on KSPR, within the next couple of seconds, we'll let you go back to regular programming over there, and then we're going to reset things for the late edition of the news at 10 on KY3. So if I'm okay with doing so, we'll get you back to programming on KSPR, and we'll just take a quick breather and come back on KY3 for the late edition of the KY3 news. Just keep it tuned here. We'll keep you up to date.
KY3 News starts now.
Well, it was a clear and warm day today. However, as you just saw here moments ago, we were on the air for about 4 hours. Let's get right to Nick with the latest on our first alert weather day. Nick.
After covering some tornado warnings for the past 4.5 hours, Francis, we're getting a little bit of a breather, which is good. Most of the Missouri Ozarks, at last check, it's not until 11 p.m. This will take us until 2 a.m., but we're still going to keep an eye out later on tonight for storms coming out of southeast Kansas that might try to come at us off and on at times overnight. So here is a broad view of how at least the past few hours have panned out. We had to deal with this cluster of storms and additional supercells in the northern parts of the Ozarks to take you through the evening hours. And then this nasty storm had confirmed tornadoes in southeast Kansas and into Cherokee County. We lost the tornado potential with that for now, but that's another storm that we're watching as we go through the rest of the night. So if we take this version of Futurecast at face value and see how things play out for the rest of the night, it looks as though once we get past any storm chances between now and 4 a.m., we're going to try to calm things down by the time we get your morning drive underway. Now, as far as temperatures go, we're going to see the numbers continue to fall back, but only into the middle to maybe a few upper 60s by tomorrow morning. But tomorrow is another alert day. It all hinges on how the rest of the night will unfold, but I'll have the latest look at how tomorrow could unfold and the rest of the forecast here in a bit, Francis.
All right, thanks, Nick. A man from Seymour is dead after being hit by a truck in Webster County. First responders were called to the westbound lanes of US 60 in Diggins just before 4 o'clock this morning after he rode his bike out onto the highway and was hit by a truck. The bicyclist was taken to an area hospital where he died from his injuries. This is Troop D's 40th fatality of 2026. Recent changes in women's health guidelines have some patients and doctors hopeful for a quicker diagnosis. Emma McDarris shares the journey of one of these women.
Endometriosis is a chronic inflammatory disorder that leaves lesions on the uterus that can cause chronic pain and infertility. For Amy Shermer and many other women around the world, it took more than 15 years to get properly diagnosed. But now that's changing.
I had a lot of symptoms since I was 15 years old, so for, again, the last 18 years. And so for years, I had an idea that I probably had endometriosis as well, but it's very hard to diagnose.
The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists updated endometriosis diagnosis guidelines earlier this year, cutting down on the multi-year diagnosis process many women have gone through and recommending more options for treatment.
And a lot of our patients are opting maybe first to try some of those newer treatments instead of jumping maybe straight to surgery. But when we look at kind of things overall, for endometriosis, most women don't have a diagnosis for 10 to 14 years on average after they kind of look into why they're having such painful periods.
ACOG is trying to increase awareness about new methods like imaging tests, but it doesn't detect all forms of the disease.
The problem is that with the staging of endometriosis, there's stages 1 through 4. So an ultrasound and MRI, while it may be great and we're seeing improvements in that technology, it can still sometimes miss underlying diagnosis.
Dr. Sankaratri, an OBGYN at Mercy Springfield, says he's seen an increase in interest and effort going towards women's health and effectively treating things like endometriosis.
It's not just about chronic pelvic pain, but these are things that affect the quality of life for somebody, again, lifelong, even through menopause. We're talking about fertility concerns, pain concerns, etc. So it's really important that we make these diagnoses as early as possible so we can get the treatment that we need to.
Shermer says she's happy to see research being put into this field and treatment expand.
These changes are important. Just the fact that you're here having this conversation with me is a huge deal because, again, 17, 18 years ago, it wasn't talked about. Our doctors barely knew anything about it. So the really cool thing is that we're seeing lots more research coming out about endometriosis.
Shermer, who is now a pelvic floor therapist, says these conversations are key to making sure other women don't have to live with pain undiagnosed for years. In Springfield, Emma McDarris, KY3 News.
Autism Awareness of Southeast Missouri hosted its Color Walk and Roll event today. It's a 1-mile walk in Jackson, Missouri designed for fun, connection, and community celebration. Participants started the route wearing white, and along the way they were showered with vibrant bursts of colored powder. So by the finish line, they were covered head to toe in color, each splash representing joy, inclusion, and support for the autism community. Ashley Showalter spoke about why she started the group.
Basically, I have a son that's 15. He's nonverbal. He's on the lower end of the spectrum. He got diagnosed when he was 2.5. When he was 2.5, I had to go through the motions by myself, and I told myself that I didn't want any parents to have to do that.
And one sponsor of the event, Spectrum Record Lounge in Cape Girardeau, said they've donated 10% of the funds raised earlier in the week to support Autism Awareness Month. A small earthquake was recorded on Missouri-Arkansas state line. That's according to the U.S. Geological Survey. A magnitude 2.4 quake was felt just before 9:30 Saturday night, 3 miles east of Diamond City, Arkansas, roughly 23 miles southeast of Branson. According to officials, though, nobody reported feeling the quake. Our coverage of Route 66, the 100 ride stops in Pulaski County. When we come back, the story of a woman's connection to the Main Street of America, and also how